All right, we will have opening ceremonies coming up shortly. We do need one representative from each of the teams here, one student representative from each of the teams to be located in the queuing area for opening ceremonies.
cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the
Good morning and welcome to Ramp Riot 25! That's pretty good. You guys seem pretty excited to be here. This is Ramp Riot 25/26. I know we all missed a year and we missed it in our hearts, but we're here, 25 years of Ramp Riot. So many of you have been here. A lot of you have probably been here as students and are now back as mentors. Thank you for continuing to be here and coming back. Let's hear a big hand for everyone who has been here year after year, who has returned as a mentor. Thank you. That's amazing. All right. We know that what you're really here for is the robot action, so we will keep this short and sweet. What we're going to do is going to watch ourselves a sweet intro video, and then we're going to give you all the accolades for each of the teams that you deserve. Then it's robot time. All right, let's roll it.
From Kindersville, Pennsylvania, it's Cybersonics. From Lansdale, PA, it's Cyber Crusaders. From Pennington, New Jersey, it's Spike. From Carneys Point, New Jersey, it's Lunatics. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's the Robo Lancers. From Ambler, Pennsylvania, it's Miss Daisy. From Philadelphia, it's Lancelot. From Flowertown, Pennsylvania, it's Firebirds. From Havertown, PA, it's RoboForce. From Havertown, Pennsylvania, it's RoboForce B. From Horsham, PA, it's Hatter's Robotics. From Center Valley, Pennsylvania, it's the Spartex. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's SCH Robotics. From Westchester, Pennsylvania, it's the Metal Moose. From Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, it's Sabotage. From Ardmore, Pennsylvania, it's Dogma. From Plainsboro, New Jersey, it's the Midnight Inventors. From Palmyra, Pennsylvania, it's Krypton Cougars. From Warminster, Pennsylvania, it's the Fighting Robo Vikings. From Warminster, Pennsylvania, it's the Fighting Robo Vikings. From Clifton, New Jersey, it's Mechanical Mustangs. From Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, it's Robotics. From Windmore, Pennsylvania, it's Explorer Robotics. From Bensalem, Pennsylvania, it's Fighting Robotic Owls. From Bensalem, Pennsylvania, it's the Other Owls. From Warminster, Pennsylvania, it's William Tennant Robotics. From Collegeville, Pennsylvania, it's Retro Robotics. From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering. From Wynwood, Pennsylvania, it's the Earthquakers. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's Roman Robotics. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's Blue Steel Dragons. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's Tiger Robotics. From Berwyn, Pennsylvania, it's Blast Robotics. Rounding it off from Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, it's EP Robotics.
All right, again, thank you teams all for being here. I hope you're excited and looking forward to, I believe, the last Mid-Atlantic Robotics off-season event we have until we kick off next season, First Age, and our competition, Rebuilt. Now, if everyone would please remove their head coverings and prepare for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, let's get this day started. If the teams in the first match would please bring their robots onto the field, power them up, and we will get this competition started. While we do have a few minutes before our first match is scheduled to start, the teams in that match we have 427, 1391, 834. We also have 1640, 5181, and 9015. When you are ready, please report to the field. While we were waiting for the teams to get set up for the first match, Miss Daisy actually has a delightful treat for you guys for this event. They have set up many seminars for you to attend if you'd like to. Here is a couple of the seminars that they will be having throughout the days and the times for them. So up first at 9 to 9:30, we have Student to Mentor, a guide to growing old. At 9:30 to 10, we have Strategy, Kickoff, and Competition. At 10 to 10:30, we have How To, Robot Design Binder. At 10:30 to 11, we have Creating a Build System. At 11 to 11:30, the why and how of building a recognizable brand in FRC. This is one that I definitely like. I would love to be able to make that one, but I know I'll be busy out here with you guys. I definitely recommend the recognizable brand for FRC. We have Team 341's scouting process. That's a must-see at 11:30 to 12. Behind the Robot, how to build a team that runs like a business. That's 12 to 12:30. And finally, electrical best practices, 12:30 to 1. All right, while our last robot is getting set up on the field, let's meet the teams for our first match here at Ramp Riot 25. Up first, on red, we have team 1640.
It's Sabotage.
Partnered with them is team 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
And finally, we have team 9015.
Questionable Engineering.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have team 427.
It's Lancelot.
their partners, Team 1391.
The Metal Moose.
And finally, Team 834.
They are the Spartex.
Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go!
Ambler, Pennsylvania, welcome to another exciting Ramp Riot here at Mid-Atlantic and First Mid-Atlantic. We start, as always, with our 15-second autonomous period. Robots use pre-programmed controls to maneuver across the field. And certainly a lot of action here. We end autonomous. Red Alliance with the advantage just by 1 point, 16 to 15. There's that buzzer. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. For those of you who might be new to Ramp Riot, we've got a series of game pieces out here on the field. We've got some little white cylinders. That's our coral. And you'll see these cyan spheres. Those are our algae. Objective of the game is to score this coral on these two big purple trusses here. That's going to be our reef. You can see over here on the Blue Alliance, Team 1391, the Metal Moose, swerving back over to their feeding station, grabbing a piece of coral, lifting their end effector up, going up to the top shelf. That's going to be an L4 coral scored for the Blue Alliance. Minute 30 on the clock. Red Alliance still maintaining their advantage, 63 to 49. Check it up on the Red Alliance, 1640, Sabotage. On the far side, working with their partners, Explorer Robotics, try and round out the crown on the Red Alliance reef. Got a few more coral pieces to go before they finish all of their L4 branches. Minute on the clock. Blue Alliance regains the advantage, but Red Alliance takes it right back, 76 to 70. 427, Lancelot on the defensive maneuver, sailing into the Red Alliance ocean, trying to cause a little bit of current for the red side. 1640, Sabotage trying to acquire additional resources, but that defensive play from Lancelot really causing a bit of a hassle for the Red Alliance. However, they're still maintaining their lead, 107 to 89, with T-minus 20 seconds remaining here of gameplay for qualification match number 1. Teams now start to head to the center of the field. You'll see some swinging game pieces. Those are our cages set for either a shallow cage or a deep cage. Robots must suspend themselves for endgame bonuses. Time expires for qualification match number 1. We will get you your official results in just a moment. Stay tuned. We've got your results for the first match. Swimming to victory is the Red Alliance. With a score of 139 to 103, some high scores here. The Red Alliance will take the victory, earning themselves a total of 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance also going to grab 2 ranking points out of the deal. And that's going to wrap it up for match number 1. I think we're putting up the game animation later. We're going to be doing it later, so we'll see you soon for match number 2.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 25th edition of Ramp Riot. My name is Dave Powers.
I'm Sean Clancy.
And we're down here. We're going to give you all of the action from all of the matches all day today. What did you see in qualification match 1? We started out with a banger. That was a great match.
Absolutely. So we're going to start off with our autonomous period here. And what we're really going to notice is that it is neck and neck going into this. And we're going to see both of our alliances grabbing that auto ranking point through level 1 scores from both sides.
Yeah, I think it was really impressive seeing 90-15 come right out of the gate. And you could tell that they're very, very strong with that coral. They were able to kind of play that role the entire match. I thought it was interesting coming directly out of auto. You saw that Red Alliance, they 1640 had that big focus on making sure they were clearing that algae from the reef, which I think is a very important part of this game when you want to play these clean matches, right? Getting the algae off of the reef, getting some of it in the processor, but I think more importantly, getting it in the net was a really interesting thing that might have made the difference this match. What do you think about that?
Definitely. We'll see as we get closer to the end that red is going to end up having 5 algae, whereas blue is only going to have 1, and it's from that processor score from 5181.
Yeah, I think as you can see the match develop, also you have some interesting parallels between the teams where you see the Blue Alliance might be focused on working their way down the reef, where the Red Alliance is really just focused on those L4. Can you talk a little bit about maybe what went into the decision to actually do that?
Yeah, so within this game, there's additional ranking points for completing certain tasks. And in this game, we're going to need to see 5 corals scored on each of the levels to achieve that ranking point. So we're going to see on our Blue Alliance, and as you can see, that top of that reef on level 4 is not entirely filled, but 1391 starts working their way down towards level 3, trying to really fill up those lower levels and achieve that ranking point, whereas our Red Alliance is really working, just filling and maxing that score, going for the win.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as we see the day progress, maybe teams are going, it'll be interesting to see who chooses to focus on that coral RP and who is going to focus on just trying to go for the win. Can you talk a little bit about, let's think about the RPs from a ranking standpoint. Can you talk a little bit about what might go into that in the, like when you're going to, if you're trying to rank really high, like what you have to think about for the ranking points?
Absolutely. So whenever you're thinking about ranking high in FRC, the most amount of rank points is absolutely critical. And as we get to the end of the match here, we're going to see that a win does give you 3 rank points. And we talked about how both of of those alliances did end up getting that autonomous rank point. However, our Blue Alliance was able to also achieve the barge ranking point for obtaining 14 points in the end game there, which is going to help give all three of those teams an additional rank point, helping keep them up in the rankings as we progress throughout this event.
Yeah, I think that it'll be really interesting to see the strategies of how it plays out and who focuses on what RP. All right, that was a great match. I think we'll throw it back down to the field for the intros for qualification match number 2.
All right, time to meet the teams in our next match. Up on red, we have Team 341.
It's Miss Daisy.
Joining them for this match, we have Team 10157.
Roman Robotics.
And finally, Team 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6808.
William Tennant Robotics.
Partnered with them is Team 433.
It's Firebirds.
And finally, their shirts say one thing, the numbers say another. They're a bonus team, 9989.
Blast Robotics.
real quick announcement before the match starts. Lunch orders from teams need to be in as soon as possible. Ideally, they should be in 9 o'clock, I believe. But, as soon as you can get them in, we need to get those lunch orders in. Or, no lunch, whatever. So, thank you. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We are beginning qualification match number 2 here at Ramp Riot. Team 341 on the Red Alliance takes no hesitation to start scoring some game pieces. They double back for a third piece of coral. And they are just about ready to place it as we move into tele-operated period. 22-13 is what we enter tele-operated score for. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. Let's see what these alliances and robots are up to. Team 6808, William Tennant Robotics. On the near side, swerving around near that loading station, trying to gather up some game pieces. 9989 also on the blue side, joining up with their partners. Try and procure some algae wherever they can. They just scored a piece into the processor looking for additional value. $10-157. Let's see what's up on the blue side. Swerving through, crossing over onto the blue alliance side. Looks like they're going to try and start playing some defense, preventing 9989 from scoring in the processor. But with some nifty swerve drive, they managed to score it in that processor, no problem. Minute 10 on the clock, 70-25 is going to be your score right now. Advantage favoring the red side. 2607 fighting Robo Vikings. On the driver station side of the Red Alliance Reef, removing some algae from that reef station. It's going to allow more opportunity for the Red Alliance companions to score some coral. $10-157, still on that defensive gameplay. really causing some turbulent waters for the Blue Alliance. 6808, William Tennant procure a coral from their loading station. Swerving it around town, trying to get to their reef. Entering our end game, 10 seconds remaining. We see some Red Alliance robots trying to ascend off of their respective cages. 2607 up, 10157 up, but time's going to expire here for match number 2. We have your scores. Taking the win is going to be the Red Alliance. With a score of 139-33, Red Alliance is going to take the win with a full suite of 6 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance not going to leave empty-handed. They're going to grab 1 ranking point out of that auto bonus.
right, let's meet our teams up in the next match. Up first, we have Team 484.
Robo Force.
Partnered with them is Team 9094.
Earthquakers Robotics.
Whoa. And finally, Team 272.
Cyber Crusaders.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 103.
Cybersonics.
And they're wearing one shirt, but they got a different number, so it's their second team. It's 9991.
They are the Other Owls.
Don't worry, you're good. Yes. And finally, we have Team 4373.
Robotics.
Sorry. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 3 underway here at Ramp Riot. 103 paying immediate attention to the algae. They scoop up 1, place it in the overhead net above. 272, the Cyber Crusaders on the Red Alliance. They have primed themselves. They are ready to go. As we move into teleoperated period, they prepare themselves to score some additional game pieces. Looks like they're going to start working on algae next. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 484 RoboForce, at the far side, procure some coral. Up top, top shelf L4 coral scored for the Red Alliance. Check it up on blue, 4373. Robotics lifts up their elevator system, scores it up on an L3 branch, and they head back to their loading station to restock their inventory. $57.89. The Other Owls dropping off a piece of coral on that trough. They're going to restock as well. Red Alliance taking the advantage here, 53-35, coming up at a minute 12. Minute 12 left here of gameplay. 272 Cyber Crusaders sail on over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 103 continuing their work on algae. Piece of algae conveniently rolls on over to them. Perfect opportunity to place it into that overhead net above. 9094 Earthquakers Robotics repositioning themselves to try and score an L4 coral. Let's see how that works. Dropping it down there, successful. Red Alliance continuing their lead here, 81-53. Half a minute left here. .103 Cybersonics already suspending themselves on a deep gauge. Red Alliance converges onto their barge zone. 484 RoboForce holds that deep gauge within the confines of their chassis. Try and suspend themselves up. 272 content with parking as time expires in match number 3. we have your scores for that match. Taking the win is going to be the Red Alliance. The score of 100-81. Red Alliance is going to take that win. They will earn themselves a total of 5 ranking points out of that win. Blue Alliance also going to grab 1 ranking point from that match as well. That's going to do it for the match. Looks like we're going to try and send it over to our sports desk for further analysis.
All right, what an awesome match. Qualification match number 3. Red doing an awesome job, taking the win, getting those 5 ranking points, which I think will be very big. Interesting deviation between strategies where we had the Red Alliance really focusing on Coral and the Blue Alliance really focusing on Algae. Maybe talk a little bit about what went into the thought process there?
Absolutely, and it's going to start out during our autonomous period where we can see right off the rip that our our Blue Alliance, sorry, this is going to be Team 103, automatically started going for those Algae up into the net, which is going to net them 4 points each. However, our Blue Alliance did just look like they might have fallen a little bit short on that auto ranking point. However, on our red side, we're going to see 484 and 9094 both scoring Coral up on level 4, helping them jump out to a 13-point lead during autonomous.
Yeah, I think, and then we saw that 13-point, and they built a little bit on it, but that was kind of the lead that they ran with for the entire year, or for the entire match. So I think it was really interesting to see 103 primarily focusing on Algae, and I think at a high level of play, that focus on Algae really does a lot to open up the reef for your alliance partners, right? So it may be something that at the beginning of the year, teams, there was a lot of talk about like Algae, the importance of Algae. People knew it was worth points, but I think that there's a big importance of just getting those game pieces off of the reef so you can actually score, because you can't score on your L2s and your L3s if you have those Algaes there. So that impact, I think, in and of itself is a huge contribution on top of all of those points that those they're putting up there.
Absolutely. And speaking of huge contribution to points, we're going to see both of our Red Alliance robots opting to just go for level 4 right away, really looking to get as many points as possible, trying to build up that lead and just really sustain and keep that 13-point lead from autonomous. They opted to forego that ranking point and just focus solely on going for the win.
Yeah, I think that that's a great strategy moving forward. The more that you can focus on actually doing one single thing, the more you'll be able to execute on it. I think that this match was a perfect example of the Red Alliance working really, really well together, focusing on all of their strengths. In this match, the flow of the match, I think, also is pretty important for teams to get right. When you come in, if you have two teams that are particularly good at Coral, like we saw with the Red Alliance, that you can, in some ways you could potentially get in each other's ways, and your overall impact with the Alliance can kind of be negative, right? So, but here you can see the 2 Alliance members from Red really staying on their own side of the reef and having that own pathway, which has opened them up. They've divided the reef in half, and they've really given themselves a nice clear shot. And if you look at the field, I think that it's incredibly impressive how clean the floor is. There's not really any coral that's strewn about. And that, combined with them staying out of each other's way, I think was able to allow them to both execute at a really high level.
Absolutely, and even going down to our end game, right? We see 103 making sure that they're securing that barge ranking point, opting to go for a climb at 30 seconds, where we see 484 just squeaking in that climb with about 2 seconds left. And I think, this match, we're going to see more how Algae plays out. And let's not forget about those level 1 scores from our 99-91 team and seeing how those rank points are going to add up later on.
Yeah, that sounds great. All right, let's throw it back down to the field for qualification, match 4.
Okay, let's meet our teams up in the next match. First, we have Team 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
Joining them, it's 9984.
Robo Force.
And finally, 321.
They're the Robo Lancers.
Down the blue side, we have Team 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
Joining them is 1712.
Dogma.
And finally, they're not sponsored by Reese's, but we have Team 9993.
EP Robotics.
But they are delicious. As a reminder, the first seminar, Student to Mentor, A Guide to Growing Old, will be starting at, oh, I'm sorry, that one's already gone. We're in the next one. Strategy Kickoff Competition. That one will be 9:30 to 10. That's in room D29 and D31. That is Strategy Kickoff and Competition. Go check it out. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 4 underway. Qualification match number 4. Heavy action happening here in autonomous period. Let's see how teleoperated is going to go. Currently 26-0 for the Blue Alliance coming into teleoperated period. 321 Robo Lancers. First start of business. Going to pick up some coral. Head back over to their loading station to procure additional resources. 1923 Midnight Inventors. They got themselves a piece of coral. Up their elevator system goes, dropping it off like clockwork. 1712 Dogma on the near side of the field. Looking to grab any algae that they can. Pop off it goes into their confines of their robot. But what's this? Over on the Red Alliance, Team 321, the Robo Lancers. Looks like their strategy is calling for some defensive action here. Midnight doing their typical cycle times, but 321 is causing a blockade over for Midnight Inventors. 9993 also representing the Blue Alliance. Funneling coral over into the trough, try and score whatever they can. 9984 on the red side, scoring to try and make up for lost time. 40 seconds here, 55-18, advantage to blue. Dogma working up on some algae. Their roller system, they attempt to drop it off into the processor. Endgame commences, 15 seconds left. Let's see what these teams decide to do in their last couple seconds of gameplay. 1712 lining themselves up, trying to hook onto a deep cage. And that's going to do it for time here for match number 4. Scores up. The Blue Alliance is going to take the win. 63-28. Blue Alliance will take the win, earning themselves a total of 4 ranking points. That'll do it for 4. We'll see you for 5. Alrighty, folks, for anyone who might be new here to Reefscape, we're going to put up the game animation.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean's surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
All right, let's meet our teams. Coming up in this match, match 5, we have team 1218.
SCH Robotics.
Partnered with them is team 7414.
Ret Robotics.
And finally, 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
Down on blue, we have team 9979.
Tiger Robotics.
And we have another team very similar in animal theme here. It's 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
And finally, all of the teams here are animals on the blue side. It's 293.
Spike.
You got the dog. They got that dog on their shirt. While we have some downtime waiting for the next match to start, coming up at 10 o'clock, we have How To Robot Design Binder. This is what we have for the team here. Our team, Team 341, has won 14 technical awards in the last 4 years, including 10 Excellence of Engineering awards. Learn the process behind our team's, that's 341, robot documentation. If you're interested, please go check that out. It'll be in room D26. That is How To Robot Design Binder. I highly recommend sending at least one student who is interested in that down to that room to check that out. drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We are here with qualification match number 5. Pretty busy autonomous period. We're going to leave here with 29-9 favoring the Red Alliance. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. 33-14 Mechanical Mustangs trying to pop some algae up into the overhead net. Looks like Krypton Cougars will mimic that behavior as well. Up it goes for a second piece of algae for the Blue Alliance. 293 Spike lifting up their elevator system, dispensing coral onto the top shelf. L4 coral, that's going to be. Checking up on the red side, 12-18. All Red Alliance robots working in unison to score on the L4 branches. Red Alliance maintaining their advantage, 72-37, representing red. Krypton Cougars, like synchronized swimming, working on removing that algae from that coral reef. Last piece of algae removed. Blue Alliance has a clean reef. Perfect for 293 to start scoring their coral. 12-18 SCH Robotics dropping off some coral, while 33-14 removes the second to last piece of algae from the Red Alliance coral reef. T-minus 40 here for match number 5. Red Alliance breaking that 100-point threshold. 1-0, now 116-54. Let's see how the Blue Alliance intends on catching up. Krypton Cougars lining themselves up, dancing with their deep cage, trying to suspend themselves up. 33-14, swinging life away on a Red Alliance deep cage. 12-18 also joining up their companions. 2-1, and that's going to do it for time here in match number 5. Looks like we got a thumbs up from our head ref. Scores are locked in. Taking a look on the screen. Swimming away is the Red Alliance. New high score of 143-65. Red Alliance is going to take the win, earning a total of 5 ranking points. Alrighty, so for some further analysis of that gameplay, we're going to head it on over to our lovely sports desk. Take it away, folks.
All right, crazy match, high score of the day so far. Red Alliance putting up 143 to Blue Alliance's 65. That seemed like a very, very well executed Red Alliance. Seemed like they were going for the RP. What do you think?
Absolutely. We can see that right away, all three of our Red Alliance robots going directly for Coral instead of opting to go for algae placement. And we see all three of those robots are actually landing Coral, which is going to help them jump out to a 29-9 lead. And looks like 293 was almost able to get that Coral in. It looks like it fell just a little bit short, got stuck up on the reef there. And we'll dive right into Teleop here.
Yeah, coming out of Teleop, you can see both alliances kind of immediately going for the algae, trying to clear the reef, opening up some scoring spots for each other. We have 25-39 really focusing on the algae and getting all of those off the reef for their alliance. And you have 10-9, 9-9, 7-9, 10-9, 7-9.
Yep.
They're focusing on putting some stuff in the processor. With those, the first time we've seen that today. Can you talk a little bit about maybe why we haven't seen it so much?
Yeah, so the processor, it's a really unique scoring element, right? You're going to see that it scores over here. However, it does give you 6 points compared to putting it in the net. It's going to give you 4. However, it gives that piece directly to the other alliance's human player, who can then place it inside of their net. So it could potentially, only net you 2 points positive. However, we see teams opting to take that risk, really hoping to, outscore and keep up with their alliance.
Yeah, and something that we haven't mentioned today yet, but if you take a couple of those, you put them in the processor, and the opposing alliance also does the same, you can trigger the co-op, which brings the Coral threshold down from 4 levels to 3 levels, which can be really impactful here. We see a lot of teams getting very close to filling up and getting the 5-5-5 on 3 levels, and it makes that RP significantly easier to obtain, which I think is really interesting. So diving into the end game here, what do we see?
So we immediately see that our Blue Alliance at 30 seconds, even before that end game starts, they're already setting up for that climb, working on trying to get themselves that ranking point. We see the same over on Red too, right? We see Team 12-18 and Team 33-14 both opting to go for that climb. However, you're also going to see on Red that 74-14 continuing to score some of that Coral, trying to keep maximizing that point and falling just a little bit short of getting that Coral RP, continuing to try to load up those lower levels here at the end of the match.
Yeah, and I think when you're the Red Alliance and you see that you have a decently healthy margin, right, you're probably going and you're going to want to climb early to try and secure that barge RP. So it's seeing them at 30 seconds left in the match go for the climb is, that's a really important thing to think about. You can be rushing to get those last couple Coral pieces on your L2s or your L3s, but you got to remember how much the climb is actually worth. And with that, we'll throw it back down to the field for qualification match 6.
How do you pronounce that?
All right, let's meet our teams. Up in the next match, we have Team 272!
Cyber Crusaders.
With them is Team 708!
Hatters Robotics.
And finally, Team 316!
Lunetics.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9989!
Blast Robotics.
So many nines down here. And with them, we have Team 9998.
Blue Steel Dragons.
All right, one more. All right. And Team 99999. It just keeps going forever. 99.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
All right, one more time. As a reminder, we have the seminar, How to Robot Design Binder, and that will be 10 to 10:30 in room D26. It is a good idea to head on over there for the Robot Design Binder. It's really good to help you for your engineering awards on the on-season. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking it off with qualification match number 6. Lunatics with a highly technical autonomous mode look to score some coral into the top branches. Joined up with 708 Hatters Robotics. Red Alliance going to take the lead moving into Teleop 23-9. Let's see what these teams and alliances are capable of. 99-89. Blast Robotics, they've got Algae in their possession. Scooping it up, trying to drop it off into the processor. They double back for a second piece of Algae. Drop it off, 1-2, perfect for them. 708, Hatters Robotics. Coral top shelf for them. Lunatics dispensing a second coral on the L4 branch. (272) Cyber Crusaders. Working Algae duty for the Red Alliance. (99-99) the Fighting Robo Vikings. Trying to work on dispensing some coral into that trough. Joined up with their alliance mates, Blast Robotics. Over on the far side loading station, chasing down a piece of Algae. Into the processor, that Algae goes for the Blue Alliance. Hanging out with the Blue Steel Dragons. 316, the Lunatics. Let's see what's going on the Red Alliance. Cyber Crusaders continuing their work on Algae. 20 seconds left, 103-31. Let's see how the Blue Alliance is going to look to try and catch up here. Ten seconds left. Our robots head over onto their respective barge stations. Like clockwork, 272 is up and swinging as time expires here in match number 6. We've got your scores up. Taking the drive-by is going to be the Red Alliance. 125-35. Red Alliance is going to take that win. They will earn themselves 5 total ranking points. That's going to do it for match number 6. We're going to get the field reset and everything. We'll see you for match number 7.
All right, while we wait for the last robot to connect, let's meet the teams in this match. Up first, we have Team 1640.
It's Sabotage.
Partnered with them is 9094.
Earthquakers Robotics.
And 4373.
Robotics.
Down on blue, we have Team 9984.
It's RoboForce.
With them is 1923.
They're the Midnight Inventors.
And finally, 6808.
William Tennant Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We got qualification match number 7 underway. Coral up for Midnight Inventors. Double backing for a second spot. And a try for a third. Can they do it? The three-peat for the Blue Alliance. That's going to put them with a slight lead here, 29-26, moving into tele-operated period. Drivers step forward to take control of their robots. 1640, pop a piece of algae up into the netting above. 9094, Earthquakers Robotics. They've got Coral within their possession. Looking to distribute it onto their Red Alliance Coral Reef. 6808, William Tennant Robotics. Working on an L4 branch here. Dropping it down. That's a successful score and for the Blue Alliance. That's going to help them maintain their advantage, 53-42. Coming up, minute 20 on the clock here. 9984 RoboForce cleaning up house alongside their alliance partners. They grab a piece of coral, up into the trough it goes. Let's see what the Red Alliance is up to. 4373 Robotics lining up their position, joined up with 1640 Sabotage. 90-94. Earthquakers Robotics head on over into the Blue Alliance side of the field. Look to start doing some defensive play. Midnight taking the scenic route as Earthquakers cause a little bit of a blockade here. 1640 continues on algae duty. Under 10 seconds left. Not a lot of robots hanging out on the barge station. Oh, looks like 1640 looks to try and cross over. 90-94 in the nick of time. Trying to park up as time expires here in match number 7. We've got your scores up. Taking the win is going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 89-68. Blue Alliance will take the win, earning themselves a total of 3 ranking points. Red Alliance also going to grab 2 ranking points from that match as well.
All right, qualification match number 7. That was a close one. Let's bring up the replay right now. Coming right out of auto, we saw Red Alliance and Blue Alliance nearly tied with 26-27. Walk me through what you saw with this auto.
We're going to see 2 completely different approaches here. We're going to see 1923 really focusing on scoring in this upper level, and we're going to see 1640 doing something really unique and different here. They're going to score that coral in level 1 to make sure that they're securing that coral and try to grab this algae and place it up into that net. It falls just a bit short there, but we do see that it's still, a 1-point match heading out of it, and their alliance partner 90-94 was able to score some of that coral up top as well.
Yeah, and seeing these two alliances and kind of defaulting to what they know that they're going to do best, you can tell when they were talking strategy at the beginning of the match, they were going to focus on what they wanted to contribute. And the match flow of this one was really interesting to see. When you have these three robots that are primarily focused on one side of the field that are kind of all working together to score the coral, it can get a little bit clogged up because you notice during this match, as we kind of walk through this step-by-step, we'll kind of speed it up a little bit. There's nobody really focusing on algae at all. And that reef, we kind of leave all of those pieces on the reef. What are the pros and cons of doing that in your mind?
So there's really two angles to this, right? Number one is you want to keep the field as clear as possible. Number two, you want to get as many points as possible. And the Blue Alliance opting to leave those pieces on the field. I do just want to call out, as we get down to 30 seconds here, you're going to start to see 6808 start to sit right here. Reason being is they're going to try to prevent 9094 from getting back and getting that climb. So 6808 is going to sneak in here and try to stop 9094 from getting under their barge, which does prevent them from getting that climb, helping them to secure the win.
Yeah, really awesome strategy by both alliances. Again, let's throw it down for qualification match number 8.
All right, let's meet the teams. Up in our next match, we have Team 5401.
Fighting robotic owls.
With them is Team 2607.
Fighting robotic Vikings.
And finally, Team 1218.
SCH Robotics.
Down the Blue Alliance, we have Team 103.
Cybersonics.
And Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
And finally, Team 427.
Lancelot. Like this.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Team 103 scores. Team.
Talk about what the score is
Okay.
and how much time is left.
2:08 left on the clock. The score is 38-30.
Trying to score some coral.
We got Team 33-14 trying to score some Curl.
103, scoring algae.
103, scoring algae. 33-14, scoring algae.
5401, they have algae in there. They're going to score it in the processor.
5401, scoring algae in the processor.
103, it's getting some algae to score in the net.
103, scoring in the net.
We got 427 over here, they're playing defense.
427, playing defense.
We have 1 minute left of gameplay.
1 minute left of gameplay.
99 to 83.
99 to 83.
Advantage to the Red Alliance.
Advantage to the Red Alliance.
33-14.
33-14.
At the they have coral. They're gonna go score on the reef.
33-14 scores Coral.
103 also going to score.
103 scores.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Score of 119 to 107.
The score's 119 to 107. Okay.
103 going to a deep cage.
103 going to a deep cage.
Joined up with 33-14
Joined up with 33-14
on the Blue Alliance.
on the Blue Alliance.
You see some Red Alliance robots climbing on deep cages. Well, like, say that's the end of the match.
That's the end of the match.
And we've got your scores here. Taking the win is going to be the Red Alliance. 164 to 135. Red Alliance is going to take the win with a total of 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance also going to get 2 ranking points, sorry. One from the auto. So that's going to do it for match number 8.
All right, coming up at 10:30 to 11, we have another seminar. It's creating a build system. Why should you have a build system for your robot? Learn about our build systems and why it's so important. That is 10:30 to 11 in room D29 and D31. Remember, these seminars are to help you build a better robot, have a better team, and maybe help you win some awards next season. I highly encourage you checking them out. Thank you. Close enough. All right, let's meet our teams. Up first, we have Team 9998.
The Blue Steel Dragons.
Partnered with them, we have Team 293.
Spike.
And finally, Team 433.
The Firebirds.
No, thumbs up, guys. Thumbs up. This is great. Down on the blue side, we have Team 321.
Robo Lancers.
Partnered with them is Team 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
And finally, Team 9979.
Tiger Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 9.
Autonomous mode.
Autonomous mode. Score of 19-3 in the Blue Alliance.
We got Team 321 trying to score Coral,
Team 321 trying to score Coral.
joined up with 5181.
Joined up with 5181.
Team 10979, they've got Algae.
Team 10979 has got Algae stored in the processor. Team 321 scores. 5181 scores.
The Red Alliance, you got 9998.
On the Red Alliance, 9998
Scoring on the Coral Reef.
scoring on the Coral Reef.
Getting out Coral.
5181 getting Coral. Oh.
So 50 seconds left.
50 seconds left.
Score is 63 to 12.
Score is 63 to 12 with Blue in the lead. 293 on the Red Alliance. Scores. $18 seconds left. Score 68 to 21. 293 on the Red Alliance. Trying to climb on a deep cage. That's the buzzer. That's the end of the match.
we've got your official scores. Taking the win is going to be the Blue Alliance. The score of 78 to 28. Blue Alliance will take the win for Qualification 9. They will earn a total of 4 ranking points, 3 from the win and 1 from that auto bonus. That's going to do it for match 9. I believe we have some post-match commentary, so let's send it on over to our analyst desk.
All right, qualification match number 18. Blue taking it 78 to 28. Blue walking away with 4 RPs. We'll jump right into the video replay here. Let's get this going for auto. What do you see coming out of auto?
So all of our Blue Alliance teams immediately jumping forward, trying to score that coral. 5181 also attempting to grab that algae. And 293 was looking to do the same here on level 4. Just happened to miss that reef or that coral out of that feeder station there.
Yeah, I find that it's really difficult when you're doing auto getting the lineup perfectly if you don't have any vision to actually determine where that algae is. You're just kind of up to the did I accidentally put it 1/2 an inch too far to the right or something. Jumping into the match here, you see the Blue Alliance. They're playing an interesting strategy. They're not focusing just on L4, but they're kind of working their way down the reef, right? So there's this becomes pretty apparent that they're actually going for the coral RP, which we haven't seen a ton here because we have 9979 going and taking that piece of algae, putting it in the processor, maybe with the hopes that the Red Alliance would also see that and get the hint and go and put theirs in the processor to potentially get that co-op. But what else did you see from the Blue Alliance?
So we're going to see 321 here, really focusing on level 2 and level 3 here, trying to keep up with that ranking point, while 5181 is playing on this side of the field and scoring up in L4, right? So again, we see this field divided in half, like we've seen multiple times. 5181 playing at this feeder station, 321 playing over here, while their partners, our wonderful rookies, 10979 here, are also trying to clear that floor and keep it clear for them.
Yeah, and you see 10979 coming across the field here, maybe to play a little opportunistic defense. I thought maybe that they were potentially going to grab a couple pieces of algae. We were chatting about that, and put it in the opponent's processor, which you guys did a bunch this year. You're
Yes.
very familiar with that strategy, which sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands, right? But they come back across with plenty of time left on the clock, about 30 seconds to go for the climb. Seemed to get the lineup right, but unfortunately did not fully get the pull on it.
And we see 293 also trying to line themselves up here for red. Unfortunately, I don't think either of those robots got up, but still a great match for our Blue Alliance, able to take home 4 of those ranking points, including that additional autonomous ranking point.
Yeah, hard to beat that. All right, let's throw it back down to the field for qualification match 10.
All right, let's meet our teams. Up first, we have Team 1391.
Lunatex. Oh, the Metal Moose.
That's the one.
Sorry.
Joining them, it's Team 9015.
Questionable
that's wrong.
engineering.
That's right. I forget what you guys do. And now we have Team 316.
Lunatex.
Down on blue, we have Team 10157.
Roman Robotics.
Their partners, Team 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
And finally, Team 9993.
EP Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We're going to kick it off with match number 10 here at Ramp Riot. A lot of activity happening here in autonomous period. Seeing 5 total corals scored for the Red Alliance during autonomous period. That's going to put them in the lead. 37-22. Drivers step forward and operate their controls. 27-25-39. Krypton Cougars working some coral. Up and away that system goes, dropping it off on an L4 branch. 316 Lunatex representing the Red Alliance on algae duty, popping a third piece of algae into that overhead netting above. 1391 Metal Moose trying to counterplay some defense brought on the Blue Alliance side by 10157 Roman Robotics. As 9015 swerving around on offensive duty, coral in the confines of their holding system. 10157 really causing a blockade. $13.91 Metal Moose starting to score on an L2 branch as 9015 is working on an L3. Minute left here of gameplay, 110-63 advantage to the red side. Metal Moose working on an L3 coral. 9015 working L3 as well. Moose comes back for an L2. 316 like clockwork, continuing to fill up that net with algae. Clean reef for the Red Alliance. 2539 hopping over to the blue side. Finding any available branch they can to score some coral. Working on L2 for the Blue Alliance. But only 15 seconds left here of gameplay. 155-88. Favoring red. Moving towards our end game, teams head to their respective barge zones. 316 Lunatex trying to climb up, but that's going to do it here for match number 10. We've got our scores locked in for match number 10. Taking the victory is going to be the Red Alliance. Score of 158-94. Red Alliance will take the win, earning themselves 4 ranking points, 3 from the win and 1 from that auto bonus. Blue Alliance also going to grab 1 ranking point from an autonomous bonus as well.
All right, coming up at 11 a.m., 11 a.m. to 11:30. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is a typo. It says 11 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., so either this is the longest seminar they have ever offered, or it's a typo. But the why and how of building a recognizable brand in FRC. This one is something that I wish I could go to myself. I love the branding and FRC branding. Learn why your team should have a marketing group. Come away with actionable next steps to get your team started on strengthening their brand. That is 11 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. in room D26. If you want to send a representative over to check out branding in FRC. All right, let's meet our teams. Up first on the Red Alliance, we have Team 708.
Headers Robotics.
With them is Team 834.
They're the Spartex.
And Team 1712.
Dogma.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 484.
Robo Force.
Their partners are host team. It's Team 341.
Miss Daisy.
And finally, Team 7414.
Retro Robotics.
See, after I count it down, I'm going to run, and I'll be right back. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Start with qualification match number 11. A lot of action happening on the Blue Alliance.
Team 484 trying to score coral.
Team 484 scores, trying to score a coral. Team 341 scores
34 to 30.
34 to 30.
Going into teleoperated period.
Going into teleoperated. Got 834 on the Red Alliance. Trying to score coral. On an L4 branch. 1712 on the red side. They have algae. Trying to score it in the processor. Minute 30 left. 65 to 60. Oh. The Blue Alliance takes the lead.
74-14, grabbing coral.
74-14, grabbing coral, scoring it on L4, L2. 341, scoring L4. RoboForce scoring L3. On the Red Alliance. 708.
Trying to score coral L4.
Trying to score coral L4.
With their alliance partner, 834.
With their alliance partner, 834. "20 seconds left. The score is 129 to 83 with Blue taking the lead. 484 are climbing on a deep cage. 341 joins the Blue Alliance. Time expires.
Here for match 11.
For match 11.
There you go. And with that, we have your scores for match number 11. The Blue Alliance to take the victory. 162 to 96. Blue Alliance takes the win, earning the total grand suite of 6 ranking points. Red Alliance also going to grab 1 ranking point out of that match as well from that autonomous bonus.
All right, qualification match number 11. Blue running away with it. First Coral RP we've seen of the day, 6 RP match. Let's pull up the replay and walk through, starting with Otto. What are you seeing?
So I want to call out on the Red Alliance, Team 1712, doing something that we haven't seen yet today. Driving forward, pulling that algae off of the reef, and immediately running it over to that processor, giving them those 6 points from the processor while getting that move bonus, while their 2 other partners are continuing to score up high on that reef, which is actually going to give Red a lead here, 34 to 25, heading into teleop.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing. I think sometimes when you set up for auto and you're in that center spot, it's hard to really come up with some creative autos that you want to make sure that you're staying away from those robots that are running on the side. So that's a great contribution. Looking over between the strategies that the Red Alliance is running versus the Blue Alliance, The Blue Alliance, right out of the gate, seems like they're focusing on, they want that Coral RP, right? They know that they have the firepower. They have the ability to put up the 5-5 across all the way down. And you see Miss Daisy, 341, really just doing what they do best. They just going up, putting Coral after Coral. In this alliance, I think they did a really great job with the flow and staying away from each other. I think it helps having 341 picking up off of the floor, right? You can see them, they're over in the back corner on the back side of the reef. When the human player, you can see them, they really push those coral pieces away. And they really do an elegant job of flowing around. And they start making progress on some of the other, the lower levels, L2 and L1, very, very early, which I think sometimes can seem a little like counterintuitive, right? But you're going to have to get there, and it makes more sense to just score if you have an L2 directly in front of you. You might as well just do it, right?
Exactly, and Team 7414 intentionally designed their robot to not even be able to score on level 4, really focusing on those lower levels, right? And we can even see, talking back to match flow, 484 and 7414 are rarely ever at this feeder station at the same time. See, so 484 is coming in, grabbing that coral and getting out, and 7414 immediately follows behind, really making sure that they're not in each other's way, timing things up very nicely. And on red, we can see that all of this upper level is filled entirely, which, sure, it's worth more points than some of those level 3s and level 2s, but they're missing out on that ranking point opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I think that this strategy that we saw, something that you'll see a lot in as we go through the bracket later today, the Red Alliance strategy will be, you're not worried about the RPs, you're just trying to max out the score. So maybe they're just getting a little bit of practice for what they're thinking about seeing later. All right, let's throw this back down to the field for qualification, match number 12.
All right, let's meet our teams. Up first on the Red Alliance, we have Team 433.
Firebirds.
I feel like we should just round up for this one, but it's Team 9999.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
And finally, Team 321.
Robo Lancers.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 9991.
They're the other owls.
The other owls. And right next to them, it's 5401.
They're the Fighting Robotic Owls.
And finally on blue, we have Team 1640.
There's sabotage.
Drivers? I mean, get behind the line anyway. It's just good practice to be behind the line. Then we know you're ready. This is because somebody wasn't behind the line, I'm pretty sure. The system, the field knows. This is your last reminder, since it's starting right now, the why and how of building a recognizable brand in FRC. That's room D26 from 11, which is now, to 11:30 a.m. It's only a half an hour. It's not 12 and a half hours long. It's not a timeshare presentation. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's kick it off with match number 12 underway here at Ramp Riot. 1640 making their work on Algae for the autonomous period. Puppet goes into the netting above. The Red Alliance scoring, though, we got a tied score 12-12. Actually make that 16-12 favoring the Blue Alliance. Drivers step forward and take control of their machines. Moving into our tele-operated period. 5401 fighting robotic owls, dispensing some coral onto the coral reef for the Blue Alliance. 1640 sabotage on their third piece of algae. Poppet goes into the netting above. The other owls, 9991, trying to dispense coral into that trough on the Blue Alliance coral reef. Let's see what the Red Alliance is up to. 321, the Robo Lancers look to dispense coral onto an L3 branch for them. 433 Firebirds working some L2 branches for the Red Alliance Reef. Minute 10 on the clock, 35, now 40-20 in advantage to the Blue Alliance. 99-99, the Fighting Robo Vikings, coral within their possession, swerving to the near side, dispensing into the trough for the Red Alliance, trying to catch up to what Blue is bringing to the plate. T-minus 45, 42-22 is your unofficial score. Advantage still favoring the Blue Alliance. 99-91, the other Owls trying to restock on supplies, but 321 causing some choppy waters on the Blue Alliance side of the field, playing some hefty defense against both sets of Owls. 15 seconds remaining. Robots head on over to their respective cages. 54:01 up and away on a deep cage. It looks like that's going to do it here in time for match number 12 here at Ramp Riot. We got our scores up for match number 12. Blue Alliance to take the win here. 63-30. Blue Alliance will earn their suite of 5 total ranking points. Red Alliance going to grab 1 ranking point from that auto bonus as well. That's going to do it for match 12. We'll see you for match 13.
All right, let's meet our teams. Up first on red, we have Team 316.
It's Lunatex.
Their partners 9993.
EP Robotics.
And finally, okay, we're doing this again. 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6808
William Tennant Robotics.
with Team 1218.
SCH Robotics.
And finally, 9094.
Earthquakers Robotics.
We have another seminar coming up for you at 11:30 to 12. This is Team 341 scouting process. Gasps! They're going to give you a glimpse behind the curtain to see how the scouting process is done. Learn why scouting gives you a leg up in the competition regardless of what robot you built. And our team scouting process at competitions. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We got qualification match number 13 underway. Start out as usual with our autonomous period. 1218 SCH Robotics working on the three-peat for Coral on the blue line side of the field. Blue Alliance now taking the advantage, 39-33. Drivers step forward to operate their machines. $51.81 Explorer Robotics on the Red Alliance, working on some L4 Coral, joined up with 316 Lunatex dispensing Coral on an L4 branch. Top shelf for the Red Alliance. 9094 Earthquakers Robotics swerving around trying to gain some trying to get some game pieces from the Blue Alliance loading station. 6808 William Tennant Robotics. Joined up in queue. They have procured a piece of coral to drop it off onto one of the available branches on the coral reef. 2-point differential here with a minute left of gameplay. 83-81. 9993 EP Robotics dispensing some algae into the processor. Looks like they're going to try and double back for a second piece of algae. 316 Lunatex continuing to fill branches with their alliance partners, 5181 Explorer Robotics. 30 seconds remaining here. Still a close game. Still a 2-point difference between these alliances. Red Alliance really trying to increase that gap here. Well, let's see what our end game happens here. 10 seconds remaining. 12-18, up and away they go onto a deep cage. 316 Lunatex trying to grip onto an L3. Trying to grip onto a deep cage, but that's going to do it for time here in match number 13. scores are up and the Red Alliance is victorious. 139-127. Red Alliance will take the win, earning a total of 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance also getting 2 ranking points out of the deal. Both alliances getting that auto bonus and the barge bonus.
All right, let's meet the teams up in our next match. On red, we have team 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Now we have team 103.
Cybersonics.
And finally, team 834.
Spartex.
Blue Steel Dragons is next. And I'll give you the signal.
Down on blue, we have team 9998.
Blue Steel Dragons.
Partnered with them is team 4373.
Robotics.
And finally, team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
Yep, perfect.
Wait, am I talking now or no?
What?
drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking it off with match number 14 here at Ramp Riot. Match number 14. Autonomous period feeling fruitful for the Red Alliance. Gonna do a commanding lead here, 29-6 as we move into teleoperated period. 99-98, Blue Steel Dragons. Attempting to score some coral onto an L4 branch. Join up with their Alliance companions, 4373 Robotics, as well as Hatters Robotics. Hatters on the far side, lifting up some coral, attempting to score. 103 Cybersonics now. Let's take a look on the Red Alliance. Up that algae goes. Gonna look to score on the Red Alliance. Net above. $25.39 Krypton Cougars. Dropping off some coral onto an L4 branch. As Spartex, their alliance partners, look to start placing coral on an L3 level. 103 Cybersonics, members of the Red Alliance, doing a nice favor for the blue side, cleaning their coral reef of algae. 99-98. Coral up and away alongside Robotics and Hatters. 139-34. Big lead coming from the Red Alliance. 30 seconds remaining of gameplay here. "20 seconds left here of gameplay. 103 Cybersonics suspends themselves off of a deep cage. Looks like 99-98 looking to try and do some endgame capabilities as well. Couple of Blue Alliance robots parking. Red Alliance trying to get up and away as well. But that's going to do it for time here in match number 14. Alrighty, scores locked in for that match. Putting it up on the screen. Taking the win is going to be the Red Alliance. New high score of 175-55. Red Alliance will take the win with a grand total of 5 ranking points. Auto and Barge, plus the 3 they get from the victory.
All right, what a crazy match. First and foremost, Jared Russell, welcome to desk. 341 alum, longtime 254 mentor. What's it like being back?
A little jet lag, but it's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. It's got to be awesome to come back in.
Spent a lot of time in this gym.
Yeah, that's great. What a crazy match. First match for you to come out and watch. Let's throw the replay up on the screen and we'll run through auto and talk a little bit about the interesting strategy. So here, unfortunately, we see 708 probably pointed in the wrong direction, but that's quite okay. Notably, we have 103 right out of the gate running and putting a couple algae in the net, and then getting ready to grab that third. And then immediately, once the match starts going over to the putting some of the algae over by the processor.
Yep.
What do you think was the driver behind this?
Yeah, so this is interesting. I watched hundreds of matches of this game this year, and I saw something in this match I haven't seen all season. Watch this right here. 103 puts a couple balls in the processor, then they go over and they raise their elevator all the way up. And what they're trying to do here is I think they're trying to keep these balls from going in. And really tall, this is a surprise move. But what's interesting is you can see this human player, quite tall, sees what's going on, is picking an angle that gets it in, and it's not working. So 103, they do something really smart here. They pivot out of this really quickly, right? This is a sign of a well-coached team. They've, of course, their drive coach has won championships in Einstein before. And they go and they're just cleaning up. And so they're all over the field. They're going both halves of the field to the opponent reef. Meanwhile, their teammates, 834 and 2539, are just filling the reef. They're attacking both sides, L4, and then working their way down. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, is doing their best to try to keep up, but they're really quite outgunned here. And
yeah, I think it's interesting to see this algae strategy. I think people forget how much those are actually worth, right?
Yeah.
So those are about an L3 score. And since they've already filled, the Red Alliance has primarily filled up the L4 and are working on, their other two alliance partners are working on the L3. The best thing that 103 can do in this scenario is just contribute those game pieces. And obviously it drove the score up, highest score we've seen all day. And then the teams finished out with some climbs. What did you see at the end there?
yeah, another sign of a well-coached team. 103 had the opportunity. There's this ball right here that they definitely could have gone and scored, but you know, they read the match. They saw they had it well in hand. They went for the climb nice and early. De-risk that. Sometimes you need to line up a couple times, make sure that they're out of the way for their partners to go in there, and that's why the scoreboard's fun.
Yeah, I definitely have made that mistake as driver coach before. You see that last little thing, that last coral, or you're one away on L1, and you risk doing that climb, but there's so many points in an RP that the value, you can really, it can be an easy mistake to make. So, all right, with that was a crazy match. Awesome. Let's send it down, keep the action going for qualification match number 15.
All right, up in this match, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 9989.
Blast Robotics.
With them, we have Team 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
And finally, 9991.
The Other Owls.
You're still owls. You got this. Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7414.
Retro Robotics.
With Team 9015. I question this.
Questionable Engineering.
And finally, 9979.
Tiger Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 15 underway here at Ramp Riot. 9015 questionable engineering. They multi-coral autonomous. They are well prepared to place that second piece of coral down onto an L4 branch, and they will come to our tele-operated period. 21 to 21, 21 all here. Going into tele-op period, drivers step forward and operate their controls. Tiger Robotics, first order of business, drop some algae into the processor. As 9015 questionable engineering on coral duty for the Blue Alliance. Checking out the red side. 9989 Blast Robotics. Joined up with 9991, the other Owls, to try and score coral. But looks like the other Owls are actually on algae duty for the red side. Midnight lifting up their elevator system, placing coral onto an L4 branch available to them. Blue Alliance taking the lead here, coming up at 1 minute left of gameplay, 84-74. 14-point differential for the Red Alliance to try and catch up to. 90-15 swerving around. Questionable engineering. They've got some coral, looking to find an available branch. Up in L3, coral goes for the blue side. Midnight Inventors, representing the Red Alliance, driving around trying to lift up that coral. Up on an L4 branch it will go to try and catch up to what the Blue Alliance is bringing in terms of offensive capabilities. T-minus 15 here in match number 15. 99-79 Tiger Robotics swinging life away on the Blue Alliance deep cage. 90-15 to join their Blue Alliance companions up and away as time ticks down to 0 here in match number 15. Scores locked in. Here for match number 15 to take the win is going to be the Blue Alliance. 139-96. Blue Alliance will take the victory with a total of 5 ranking points. 3 from the win, 1 from that auto bonus, and 1 from that barge bonus. Red Alliance also going to grab 1 ranking point from that autonomous bonus.
All right, our next seminar is coming up at noon, 12 to 12:30. It is Behind the Robot. We're taking a step back from the robot and we're looking at how to build a team that runs like a business. Learn how Team 341 operates as an organization. The systems we have in place, our team requirements, and schedule, among other topics. That is from 12 to 12:30 in room D26.
I'm telling him I'm ready. I'm good whenever you are.
All right, let's meet the teams. Up first on red, it might as well be Team 10,000. It's Team 9999.
The Viking Robo Vikings. Oh, I did it wrong.
Joining them, they're still growing. It's Team 341.
Miss Daisy.
And finally, Team 9984.
Robo Force.
They got the 8 and the 4 in there. Just, it's a little bit of the Robo Force number. Down on blue, we have Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
Oh, weren't you guys just over there? It's Team 484.
Robo Force.
And finally, Team 1391.
The Metal Moose.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
16 starting.
Match 16 starting.
Autonomous mode.
In autonomous mode.
3314
3314
has Coral in their possession.
has Coral in their possession.
That concludes autonomous.
That concludes autonomous.
Score 44 to 28.
Score 44 to 28.
Favoring the Blue Alliance.
Favoring the Blue Alliance.
3314
3314
has Algae.
has Algae
Lifting it up.
scoring it onto the netting.
Over on the Red Alliance.
Over on the Red Alliance,
Got Team 341.
we got Team 341
picking up coral,
Picking up coral.
scoring out on an L4 branch.
Scoring out on an L4 branch.
Now we just let it ride a little bit, gather ourselves, see if there's anything cool we want to talk about. 1391.
1391.
Attempts to score coral.
Attempts to score coral.
They place it in the trough.
They place it in the trough.
484.
484.
Gets some coral.
Gets some coral.
Heads to the coral reef.
Heads to coral reef. And scores on an L4 branch.
Team 9984.
Team 9984.
From the Red Alliance.
From the Red Alliance.
Playing some defense.
Playing some defense.
Against the Blue Alliance.
Against the Blue Alliance.
On the Red Alliance.
On the Red Alliance.
9999.
9999.
Is helping out.
Is helping out
Miss
Daisy.
With scoring coral.
With scoring coral.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
108 to 73.
108 to 73.
Advantage to the Blue Alliance.
Advantage to the Blue Alliance.
Good, good. Let it ride. Teams start to head to the center field.
Teams start to head to the center field.
To try and climb on some deep cages.
To try and climb on deep cages.
9999.
9999. Playing defense on the Blue Alliance.
As time expires.
As time expires.
Here for match 16.
Here for match 16.
We have a thumbs up from our head ref. Putting the scores up. The Blue Alliance will take the win. 145 to 87. Blue Alliance takes the victory with a total of 4 ranking points. That 4th ranking point going to come from that autonomous bonus. Red Alliance going to take 2 ranking points out of the ordeal as well. 1 from that auto bonus and 1 from that barge.
All right, qualification 16, Blue running away from it. Let's pull the replay up and we can walk our way through. Let's start with auto. Jared, what did you see?
Yeah, Blue had a great auto here. I think they hit 5 pieces up on L4. Red, has Miss Daisy, who coming into this match was the #1 seed, but both partners are only capable of scoring on L1. So Daisy hits 2 out of their 3 pieces. Blue, you can see there goes the 5th piece with the 6th waiting right there just to be tapped on as soon as auto ends. And coming out, Daisy's already in a pretty big hole here. So Red Alliance, like I said, 2 L1 scores. You can see 9999 with a kip out archetype is running cycles over here. Daisy using their floor loader to try to keep up with the scoring. It looks like Red's 3rd robot, 9984, is having some sort of mechanism issues here. You'll see in a moment they go and run over to the other side of the match, or other side of the field to play some defense.
Yeah, I think that this, looking at the Red Alliance, like if you're 341 and you're coming into this match, you know that you're going to be a little bit outgunned. You've got 33, 14, 484, and 1391. On the blue side of the field, you know that they're nice, consistent scorers. They're going to put up a lot of coral. And do you change the way you play a little bit? Maybe you're aiming more for the RPs as opposed to going for the top score. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think so. I think coming out of auto, you can kind of see how things are going here, and I think if I'm 341 here, I'm playing around, harm reduction. I'm trying to figure out how do I get the RPs I can fully control. The Coral RP is probably a little bit out of reach with being the only scoring robot above L1, and I think they walk away here with the 2 RPs that I think were feasible for them.
Yeah, and then as we close in on their last 20 seconds of the match, it seems like there was some mild chaos that was happening over on the blue barge. Let's get some circles going over here.
You can see over here, 9984 is trying to play some climb D. Something we saw throughout the season with varying levels of success. If you do it well, you can really throw off the timing of the other alliance, but you can also get called like that with some tech fouls if you get the timing just wrong.
Yeah, I think that's a tricky one to do. You have to be well practiced and execute that well. So, fortunately, drew a couple fouls. Didn't make the difference, I don't think.
Yep.
But the Blue Alliance ran away with that. We'll throw it back down to the field for qualification match number 17.
And we have the scores up on the board. We have Blue winning it 145 to 87. They're taking 5 ranking points there. We have 1391 moving up, everyone else staying where they are. Let's meet the teams in this match. Up first, on red, we have 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Joining them, it's 427.
Lancelot.
And finally, 293.
Spike.
Down the blue side of the field, we have team 1712.
Dogma.
Joining them is 272.
Cyber Crusaders.
And finally, 10157.
Roman Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification 17.
Qualification 17.
Underway with autonomous mode.
Underway with autonomous mode. Score is 19 to 3. On the Red Alliance. Moving into teleop. 17-12 on the Blue Alliance.
Trying to get some algae.
Trying to get some algae.
But 427.
But 427
on the Red Alliance.
Goes
Goes to play some defense.
Goes to play some defense
Against blue.
against Blue.
On the Red Alliance.
On the Red Alliance.
2607.
2607
Scores Coral.
scores Coral
On an L4 branch.
on an L4 branch.
Joined up with 293.
Joined up with 293
To score additional Coral.
to score additional Coral
On an L4.
on an L4.
Take a pause. Take a breather. 1712.
1712
Scores algae.
scores algae
Into the processor.
into the processor. 1 minute left.
58 to 29
58 to 29
in favor of red.
in favor of red.
272.
272 on the blue alliance. Scores coral.
Up high.
Up high.
101.57.
101.57
Representing blue.
representing blue.
Plays defense against red.
Plays defense against red.
One, 1712.
1712
Continuing algae.
into the processor.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Robots head to the middle.
Robots head to the middle.
272.
272
Climbs on a deep cage.
climbs on a deep cage.
2607.
2607 also on a deep cage.
As time expires.
As time expires
In match 17.
in match 17.
Okay, last reminder from the 12 to 12:30 seminar happening in room D26. It's behind the robot. How to build a team that runs like a business. Remember, that's 12 to 12:30 in room D26. Scores are going up. The win goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 107 to 71. Red Alliance picking up 5 ranking points. And look at that. We get to the point where not getting all 6 ranking points can actually drop you down a place. 2607 dropping down because they did not get all 6 ranking points. All right, let's meet our teams. Up first in this match on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6808.
William Tennant Robotics.
We have Team 321.
Robo Lancers.
And finally, Team 103.
Cybersonics.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7414.
Retro Robotics.
Partnered with them is 316.
Lunatex.
And finally, 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 18.
Underway
On their way
here at Ramp Riot.
here at Ramp Riot.
25-39.
25-39.
Working with 316.
Working with 316 to score Coral on an L4.
Score is 45-16.
Score is 45-16.
Team 6808
Team 6808
on the Red Alliance.
on the Red Alliance scores Coral on the L4 branch. Meanwhile, 103 Cybersonics works on algae
for the Red Alliance Reef.
for the Red Alliance Reef.
On the Blue Alliance,
On the Blue Alliance,
Team 316
Team 316 also working on algae.
They shift gears
They shift gears
and move to Coral.
and move to Coral. Joins up
With Retro Robotics
with Retro Robotics
and the Krypton Cougars.
and the Krypton Cougars. Cybersonics, Team 103, placing algae into the net above on the Red Alliance.
50 seconds left.
50 seconds left.
Score of 113.
Score 116 to 69.
Advantage still on the Blue Alliance.
Advantage still on the Blue Alliance.
Team
Team 6808, William Tennant. Trying to store more coral for the Red Alliance. To try and catch up.
5 seconds left.
5 seconds left. 103. Suspended on the deep cage.
As time expires.
As time expires.
We have your scores posted here. The Blue Alliance is going to take the win for match number 18. 145 to 89. The Blue Alliance is going to take the win, earning themselves a total of 5 ranking points. Coral bonus and auto bonus, plus the 3 from the win. Red Alliance also going to grab 1 ranking point out of the ordeal, and to get that from the autonomous bonus.
All right, qualification match number 18. Blue running away with it, 145 to 89. Let's pull the replay up on the screen here. And quite an interesting auto and run right through the screen. So let's get this started.
Yep. And what you're going to see, Blue Alliance, of course, some excellent autos. We have 25, 39 going for a multi-piece. 316, I believe, is going to hit 3-piece auto here as well. So coming out of auto, we have Blue with a sizable lead on the reef, and I think you're going to see this sort of continue through teleop. Now, as soon as auto ends, look at this. This is team 321. They're going over to go play some defense over here. Unfortunately for them, pretty much as soon as they go behind this reef, they get stuck up on the algae. Algae is a very decisive part of the game. It can win and lose matches in many ways. And 321 is unfortunately going to sit the rest of this match out because they got beach over there.
Yeah, I think 321, we all know them from that defense that won them the World Championship. You maybe know it a little too well, but we don't have to talk about that right now. Let's continue through the match here. It looks like Blue just played a real nice, consistent match all the way through. They were focused on this. I mentioned this earlier. This is the first match we've seen the co-op happen.
Yep.
So 103 coming over, putting a couple in the processor, and a Blue Alliance member coming over and doing the same. And that was able to bring the coral threshold from 4 levels of 5 pieces of coral down to 3. And that's when the Blue Alliance, as soon as they see that they have that co-op, they just start unloading on the coral. And they're making slow progress as they move down, right? It may only show that they have 1 out of 3 up on the scoreboard there, but they've made a ton of progress on that L2 and that L1, or that L2 and that L3 levels, and it pretty quickly turns over to them having 3. And then once they've hit that threshold of having 3, that's when you can open it back up, go back up,
Yep.
finish that L4, and it really blows open the score, which I think we see a little bit here.
That's right, yeah, and we see the same basic strategy we see a lot when we have very capable robots. We have 316 taking one side, we have 2539 taking the other, and 7414 is sort of feathering in on the front and the back. And yeah, they're running away with it. Now, one thing I want to pay attention to, look at this. Right here, they've achieved the coral ranking point. They are clearly going to win this match. I do think Blue makes a tactical error here at the end. You can see there's about 35 seconds left, and if we scrub forward a little bit, what we're going to see is they don't actually go to do their climbs until the very last 10 seconds of this match or so. So 316 goes over and thinks about it, and then they go score another coral. And at this point, you have 5 seconds left. None of your robots are over there. So there's definitely an opportunity loss here to get that last RP. But other than that, this is a huge score, especially with no climb points. Blue looked really, really solid. Red had an uphill battle. 6808, actually, they did all this by themselves. They're a very capable scorer, slow and steady, going back and forth there. But that's very respectable. But yeah, Blue definitely a stronger alliance there, and they came away with the W.
Yeah, all right, let's throw it back down the field for qualification number 19. Thanks.
All right, let's meet our teams up in this match. Up first, we have Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
Partnered with them is Team 484.
RoboForce.
And finally, 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 1391.
Metal Moose.
Joining them is 1218.
SCH Robotics.
And finally, Team 433.
Firebirds.
Directly feed you like what to say. What would you prefer? Pointing out? Okay, we'll do that.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And starting off, qualification match 19. The Blue Alliance, we have 1 L4 from the first cycle. The Red Alliance, we have 2 L4 on the reef currently. 1391 makes another L4 in their auto cycle. We end off auto with Blue having 37 points and Red at 30. Blue Alliance team 433 Firebirds going on the defense, going on to the red side. 484 going for another L4. 1391 also evening out.
You got 433 playing defense on red.
433 continues to guard down that red coral station. $13.91 lining up for another L4, makes it, and so does SCH Robotics.
Red Alliance continuing to play like score coral.
The Red Alliance continues to score coral, and Firebirds continue to play defense on them.
1391 just bouncing between coral and algae.
1391 continues to score coral and take algae off of the reef.
You can take a pause right now for a second. Announce the scores. Say we have 1 minute left.
We have 1 minute left, and Blue is up 84-58. SCH Robotics continuing to use their ground intake to score L4 from the ground.
708 on red.
708 on red is continuing the L4 grind.
Going grabbing coral from their loading station.
1391 at the coral station, takes up a coral.
30 seconds left here.
24 seconds left on the match. Team 433 is already parked. 484 is already climbed. Midnight tries to get in some last second points. And we see the Blue Alliance line up to park and climb. 5 seconds left. And we see 12-18 ends the game with a deep climb.
And we've got your scores for match number 19. Taking the win is going to be the Blue Alliance. 119-97. Blue Alliance will take the win, earning a total of 5 ranking points. auto and the barge bonus. Actually, both alliances getting the auto bonus and the barge bonus. The Blue Alliance is going to get 3 additional from that victory.
Coming up at 12:30, we have our last seminar of the day. That's 12:30 to 1, and it's electrical best practices. Learn how to apply system engineering for electrical design and build best practices. We'll discuss electrical do's and don'ts as a checklist to help you be successful. As another reminder, throughout the day, we have Team 1640 displaying their vision system, and Drexel University is here all day out in the hallway entrance area. I don't know what to call that. The atrium. Atrium's a good word. It says lobby. Lobby works. Yeah, lobby. Lobby works. I like the word lobby. So check out Team 1640's vision system and Drexel University. All right, let's meet our teams. Up first on red, we have Team 9998.
Blue Steel Dragons.
They are still setting up. It happens. Joining them is 9991.
The other Owls.
You're still Owls. You got this. And finally, Team 10157.
Roman Robotics.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
And Team 1640.
Sabotage.
And finally, Team 341.
Daisy.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We have just started qualification match 20 of Ramp Riot And Miss Daisy hits their 1640 scores a algae in the barge during auto. Miss Daisy finishing off that one L4 coral. Team 1640 going for an L3 algae off of the reef. Team 5789 cruising around. 1640 scoring another algae. Team 10157 going to the Blue Alliance side to play some defense against Daisy, the home team. Daisy is trying to score an algae, but 1640 scores yet another algae. And there,
Call a minute 30.
we have just about a minute 30 left in the game with Blue up 80-18. 1640 going for another and another algae. And 10-15-7 playing some good defense on team 3314. But Miss Daisy continues her cycle. Scoring. Oh. With just a minute left, the battle continues on the blue side. Team 10-15-7 playing some killer defense. Oh, and good recovery. They got off the algae. Team 1640 going for an L1. Team 3314 scores an L2. We have 25 seconds left. If any teams want to get the barge point, they should park or climb now. Team 5789 lining up for one last L1 before driving off to the barge to park. Miss Daisy trying her best to climb. That's going to do it for time. Yes.
Yep.
That was such an unfortunate match.
We've got your official scores here for match number 20. Just Keep Swimming is the Blue Alliance. 129-38. Blue Alliance will take the victory, earn themselves a total of 4 ranking points. To grab that additional ranking point from the autonomous bonus. Red Alliance also going to grab an autonomous ranking point as well.
All right, qualification match number 20. Blue Alliance taking it. Unfortunately, 341 going down a couple spots, even though they got 4 RP. That's just the name of the game. With 6 RP, it's always really tough. Let's pull up the replay right now, and we'll kind of walk through auto. Walk through what you're seeing with me.
So first thing, starting on red, we're going to see 5789 going forward, securing that rank point for red. And then over on blue, all of these robots are spaced out really, really well. Right? We see 3314 over here, we see Miss Daisy over here, and 1640 really staying in the center and securing that algae up top, putting them up to a 34-12 lead as teleop starts.
Yeah, and I think as we go, we'll just go back one little second. We almost caught this robot on the field. We're kind of sitting over right behind there. We unfortunately see the yellow robot taking a tumble, but that happens when you have these games with the tall elevators. So nothing to worry about that. They'll get it all fixed up. I think they're doing it already right now. Let's keep working through the match. So we can see the Blue Lions. I think they knew that they were going to be all kind of around the same area, right? When they were making this. When they were actually like focusing on doing the strategy, they could really see like, oh, we have a couple robots that can do algae. We have all of us can do coral. How do we kind of coordinate and fill up our sides of the reef and stay out of the way? And I think they do a great job even with defense, which I think can be really difficult to do. Anytime you have a defender come over, immediately throws a wrench into your plan, right? So how do you coordinate? And I think that this was a great example of some thinking on your feet by all of the drive teams and the drive coaches along there. What else do you see?
Absolutely, and helping with that, right? Team 1640 and 341 both have those ground intakes, allowing them to be able to pick up coral from the floor, which you can see all of this coral on the floor here. You'll see these robots quickly running up to it, grabbing a coral, and heading back out to score, while 3314 is able to bounce back and forth between both of these driver stations, avoiding some of that defense from our Rookie All-Star Award winners at District Champs, Team 10157.
Yeah, and I think zooming ahead a little bit here to the end game, we see Miss Daisy coming in. I think the Blue Lions came in with an appropriate amount of time, but unfortunately, sometimes you can come in, there can be game pieces that are in the blue zone. You saw that piece of algae was kind of in the area where Miss Daisy was coming in for to acquire that cage, and that can sometimes make it a little bit more difficult to line up, right? So you see them coming in, trying to slowly line up, doing the thing that you're supposed to do, which is, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. But unfortunately, when you have that piece of algae and even a little piece of coral in there, it can kind of push you off center. And you've practiced this 200 times to 300 times. These kids have been putting in a ton of hours, but when you have those little variables that pop in, it can kind of drive a little bit of stake in the plan, and they ultimately miss the climb, which doesn't, it doesn't flip the match at all. But all of these RPs are at stake, which drove them down to 4 RPs. So okay, with that, we'll send it back down to the field for qualification match 21.
All right, let's meet our teams in this match. Up first on red, we have Team 9094
Earthquakers.
With them, we have Team 9984
Robo Force.
And finally, 9989
Blast Robotics.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have 293
Spike.
And Team 834
Spartex.
And finally, 5401
Fighting Robotic Owls. Darn, it switched.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And a fast start to qualification match 21. Team 834 Spartex putting one on L4, and now a second one. On the red alliance, we have Team 9989 getting ready to put a L1 coral. Team 5401 removes an algae from the reef, and 293 getting a coral from the coral station, getting ready to place it on the reef in L4 position. On the red alliance, team 9989 getting an algae into the processor, and team 5401 getting another algae. Team 834 plating another L4 coral. Oh gosh. I really need vision. We have just under a minute 20, and the score is pretty close. Blue with 52 points and red with 44. Team 5401 has taken to defense, going onto the red alliance side and blocking a coral station and blocking team 9989 from scoring into the processor. But 9989 does get that algae into the processor and scoring, getting those 6 points. And the blue team human player does get the algae into the barge. Team 834 getting another L3, and their alliance member 293 scoring another L4. Team 9094 getting an algae off of their reef from the L3 position, disposing of it on the ground. Team 5401 has come back from their defense mission, and they are now climbing a deep cage along with their alliance members 834. Team 293. And Blue Alliance has 2 deep climbs, with the red team having 2 nice parks.
And with that match, the Blue Alliance will take the win. A score of 113-78. Blue Alliance takes the win with a total of 5 ranking points. Auto and barge bonus for the Blue Alliance, +3 from the win is equal to 5. Red Alliance grabs 1 ranking point from that auto bonus.
let's meet our teams. Up on the red side of the field, we have Team 9979.
Tiger Robotics.
Joining them, we have Team 4373.
Robotics.
And Team 427.
Lancelot.
Down on our blue side of the field, we have Team 9999.
The Fighting Robo Vikings, B team.
Their partners 9993.
EP Robotics.
And finally, 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings, again.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
This is qualification match 22, and on the blue lines we see the two Vikings and AP Robotics getting 2 L4s and 2 L1s. On the red alliance we have who? Robotics scoring on L3. The Fighting Robo Vikings Team A takes an algae off of the reef, and their alliance partners 1099 gets an algae into the processor. See team on the red alliance, we see team 10979 is also scoring an algae into the processor. Oh. Team 427 coming onto the blue alliance side from the red alliance side to play some defense on the two Robo Vikings. They're blocking off the left side Coral Station, but 2607 still gets an L4 on. Team 10. EP Robotics also gets an algae into the processor, and their human player gets it into the red barge. Oh, okay. EP Robotics just farming algae into the processor. And we have around 35 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is leading at 122 to 41. Robo Vikings grabbing a piece despite the defense, and they are going to the reef. They place a nice L3 off, and now they're going to the cages to try and climb. EP Robotics gets an algae into the processor despite the ferocious defense from Lancelot. And we are ending qualification match 22 with 3 parks on each team. Wow, every robot has parked.
We have your scores for match number 22. Swimming on by is the Blue Alliance. 146 to 59. Blue Alliance is going to take that win. Going to grab a total of 4 ranking points. That 4th ranking point coming from the autonomous bonus.
All right, let's meet our teams up in this match. Up first, we have Team 9015.
Questionable engineering.
I question that. With them, we have Team 1712.
Dogma.
And finally, 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs. Oh my gosh.
Let's go down to the blue side. Here we go. We're coming up. Okay. Here we go. We have Team 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
I am in the zone now. And finally, with them, we have 272.
Cyber Crusaders.
Sorry. And then last down here on blue, we have Team 6808.
William Tennant Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go. Or not. No, or not. It always happens at least once. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We are in Qual 23. And we on the blue team, we have Team 5181 Explorer Robotics putting on one L4 and then scoring an algae. Just barely. Team 1712 has an algae and scores it into the processor right after autonomous. They had that algae ready. Team 5181. Team 27-2 takes an algae off of the reef, and Team 6808 comes in with an L1 coral. Team 272 coming to the processor with an algae, while Team 3314 on the Red Alliance comes to the barge with an algae. Dogma's human player puts the algae that was scored into the processor into the barge. Two algaes coming from the Red Alliance to the Blue Alliance side, giving them much more algae, but they're pushing them back. Team 272 putting another algae into the processor. Team 5181 going to the Red Alliance side to play defense. But Team 1712 Dogma gets an algae into the processor, which the blue human player scores into the barge. Team 6808 scoring an L4, and Team 272, their alliance partners, also going up for an L4. Team 1712 Dogma going for another processor score, but 3314. A lot of algae in this game. We have just over 35 seconds left. Red is leading 124-48. Team 6808 going for an L4, while 272 going coral station to grab a coral. Questionable engineering. Climb the deep cage. The rest of blue making their way over to the barge zone. 2 of the Red Alliance are climbed. Team 3314 and Questionable Engineering. And that will wrap up qualification match 23.
And we have your scores up on the screen. The Red Alliance will take the win. 154 to 74. Red Alliance will take the win with a full suite of 6 ranking points out of that ordeal. That match, that's the auto bonus, the choral bonus, the barge bonus, plus 3 from the win at equals 6. Blue Alliance going to grab 2 ranking points, auto bonus and the barge bonus. And that's going to do it for match number 23.
All right, Red Alliance running away with that match, qualification match number 23, not 33, that doesn't exist. With 9015 jumping up into 3rd, 3314 jumping up into 7th, and 1712 jumping up into 14th with that 6 RP. That's a big thing, especially this late in the game. Let's pull up the replay and we can walk through it. What do you see right out of auto?
So Blue is actually going to jump out to a lead here early, and a lot of it's going to be because of these Coral as well as 5181 almost scoring this Algae into the barge here, right? And Dogma 1712 is going to miss their processor auto as well. It's just barely going to fall out, while our Red Alliance is also scoring up high, matching our Blue here.
Yeah, I think that this was a really well-executed match by the Red Alliance, right? They were able, when you see these scores that are up over like 130, you really can't do that unless you have, everybody's kind of staying in their lane and being able to do what they do best. It's really interesting seeing, it's nice having 1712 being able to focus, doing what they do best, and being able to drive those over to the processor. And that kind of clears the way for it. About this time, we're going to scrub ahead a little bit. We see a defender come over. And right about a minute left, you see the defender come over. And you would think a lot of the times when you have the defender come over, that can really throw a wrench in your plans, right? So it's hard to think on your feet and kind of divide up the reef and the sections of it. But then when you have that defender that's kind of following you around and bullying you, it's interesting. What do you take of this?
So the Red Alliance started with your typical divide the reef in half, right? With one team staying at both of these feeder stations. However, as soon as that defender came over, what both 9015 and 3314 were doing was really just avoiding this machine. So wherever they were, like you'll see 3314 and 9015 immediately start going back to the other side and steering clear. Also, since they already secured that rank point, they both started lining up for their climbs at 30 seconds, making sure that they're also able to secure that barge ranking point, giving them those 6 crucial ranking points, moving them both into Alliance captain positions.
Yeah, I think that's, and also I think there's a ton of value in, they played a really clean match. So a team like 1712, they're a little bit outside of the top 8, but that they're going to be one of the first teams that are going to get picked because they're going out and they're showing what they're capable of. They're going out doing nice consistently, showing that they can get it done. I think this was a great example of a match. All right, let's throw it back down to the field for qualification 24.
All right. All right. Let's meet our teams down on the Red Alliance. We have team 10157.
Roman Robotics.
Joining them, we have team 7414.
Retro Robotics.
And team 1391.
Metal Moose.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9094.
The Earthquakers.
With them, we have Team 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And finally, 9998.
Blue Steel Dragons.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 24 is underway. On the Blue Alliance, we have 9094 going for an L1. We have 7414 did place an L2 or L3. Coming out of Teleop, Red is leading just by a 2-point lead, 21-19, but now it's been tied up to 21-21. Team 10-157 coming onto the Blue Alliance to play some defense, and they just knocked all of the lollipops down to create some sort of nuisance for the blue team. They're playing some strong defense against Team 193 and Team 99-98, who are currently stuck in the Coral Station. On the Red Alliance side, we have 7414 doing their quick cycles. They have a lot of L1 on that side. Team 193 having an algae kind of in the way, which is due to 10-157's earlier shenanigans. We have Team 1391 placing an L4 and then going back to the Coral Station to grab another one. Team 10-157 continuing their ferocious defense against 9094 Earthquakers. 1391 going for another L4. On the Blue Alliance side, 10-157 continuing this extremely good defense. 193 makes it to the Coral Station. They're about to go back to the reef and score. And we have 20 seconds left, and Red is leading 80-31. And all of these robots will now go to the barge to park or climb. 9094 placing another L4, but with 5 seconds left, they're just trying to get in some final points. 193 gets the park in, and 1391 closes off this match with a deep climb.
Match 24 in the books. The Red Alliance will win. 97-43. Red will take the win with a total of 5 ranking points. 1 auto, 1 barge, plus 3 from the win. Blue Alliance also going to walk away with that auto ranking point as well.
seem to have a real good handle on it, so I'm like, okay. You ready?
All right, let's meet our teams up in the next match down on red. Up first, we have 293.
Spike.
We'll get something. Joining them is team 9993.
EP Robotics.
Okay, we'll get something for you too. And finally on red, we have team 341.
Miss Daisy.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have team 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
With them is team 9999.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
And finally, team 103.
Cybersonics.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are starting qualification match 25 out of 29, one of the last few. Midnight on the blue alliance, we have Midnight Inventors grabbing a coral from the coral station, and we have all three teams left. Coming out of autonomous period, we have the blue alliance leading 19 to like 7. But red is quickly catching up. We have team 103 Cybersonics going up for a barge algae, and they make it. Midnight Inventors going for another L4 reef. They have extremely fast cycling. Robo Vikings coming to the reef to do a L1 score. On the red alliance side, we have Daisy taking an L3 algae off and putting it into the processor. Team 103 also putting an algae into the processor, and their alliance partner, Midnight, going for another coral, this time on an L3 branch. Daisy going for an L3. And 103 on the blue lines going for another algae into the barge. We have just over a minute, and Blue Alliance is leading 86 to 60. Midnight placing another L3. 293 Spike from the Red Alliance on the blue side to try and cause some havoc by playing defense. 103 going for yet another algae. And the Blue Alliance human player from Cybersonics gets an algae into the barge. Daisy places another L2 coral onto the branch, using their ground intake to sweep up the pieces and put them onto the reef. We have 293 continuing their defense, and 103 just really going at that algae. 341 continuing their cycle. And we have 20 seconds. The barge has lit up, and teams are going to the barge to try and climb or park. 1923 Midnight Inventors trying to continue their cycles just before the end of the game to get some final points. And we have 103 off the ground, Daisy off the ground. One deep climb on both teams, and that is it for qualification match 25. And we have your scores for qualification match 25. The Blue Alliance takes the lead with a final score of 153 to 104. The Blue Alliance getting 5 ranking points. They get the Barge and Autonomous with the 3 win victory ranking points. And Red Alliance gets their Barge ranking point.
All right, qualification match number 55. I think 341 taking the brunt of that, dropping down a few with that 1 RP. Blue taking the win with 153 points, 5 RP. Walk me through it. What did you see?
Yeah, so immediately starting off during Autonomous, right, we're going to see all of our robots here on Blue jumping to life. Even our rookie over here, 9999, just driving off of that line, making sure that all of those robots did in fact leave, giving them that additional ranking point.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. You see these teams come out of auto, and they really jump to just start focusing on what they're going to focus on. And I thought what was interesting is you have 103 all day. We've kind of been talking about them all day. They're just playing that algae game, right? And they may be a little bit out of picking position, but I think that they're trying to show off a capability that is really, really impactful for a high-level alliance. And they're maybe trying to get picked up pretty early.
Absolutely, and we're going to see both of our alliances start playing over towards these processors, right? So we already see one went through for our red, and Miss Daisy is bringing over that second one, giving them that co-op, which reduces this threshold from needing 4 coral all the way down to 3. And we can see that both of those dropped as soon as that hit. And over on Blue, I don't want to count out Team 9999, who did a great job of securing this level 1 here, getting 5 of those coral, and our Blue Alliance ended up being just 1 level 3 coral short of grabbing that ranking point. You can see that 1923 is working on doing that up until the last second of the match, since their alliance partner on Blue is already climbing with that park. And down on Red, you can see Miss Daisy also working their way up towards a climb with their alliance partner parked there as well, helping them make sure that they do still at least get that 1 ranking point here to end match 25.
Yeah, I think what was really interesting is you see 1923, they went and they scored that one last one, and maybe they were looking to get a little bit more points, but you can see them go all the way up to the L4. Maybe if they just dropped that in L2, they would have got that last coral RP. But what are you going to do? When stuff is happening in the match, it's easy for us to sit here on the desk and say, oh, coulda, shoulda, woulda. But when you're behind there making it happen, it's definitely a little bit more difficult. So that was an absolutely awesome match. Let's send it back down to the field for qualification match 26.
All right, let's meet our teams up in this match. We have Team 5181.
That is Explorer Robotics.
Man. All right. With them, we have Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And finally, 2539.
They're the Krypton Cougars.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 9984.
They're RoboForce.
Joining them for this match is 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
And finally, 9991.
Are they the Owls? No, they're the other Owls.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're away on autonomous mode. 2607 goes and places one coral up on level 4. They're going for the second piece. Looks good. Going for the third. Beautiful. All 3 up. We have 3 on L4 on blue. Over on red, we have 2. 2607 continuing to human load and run their coral cycles. This is an important match for them. They're currently number 2 seed and could move to number 1 with a great match in 6 RPs here. But the Red Alliance has other ideas about that. 2539, loading up the processor, getting those points, potentially looking for cooperation. Both alliances now have, it looks like they're trying to get cooperation, but the ball just bounced out. $51.81 scoring on level 2. Their partner is 25.39, trying to get that second ball into the processor. Meanwhile, 7.08 running level 4 cycles to the scoring table side human player station. 99.84 only scores on level 1, but they do it really, really well. Look at that. $26.07 now switching sides. As level 4 is getting full, they're moving on to level 3, trying to get that coral RP if they can, to get them that number 1 seed. 25.39, cleaning up algae. Only 1 algae left on the red reef at this point. Lots of points can be scored with those balls. We have a bounce out of the red trough. Another algae is on the field. We'll see who gets to it. With 40 seconds left, we have a 32-point match. Both teams in the triple digits. High-scoring match here. And we're getting down to the last 25 seconds. Teams are going to start thinking about the end game. We have a swinging cage on blue. That always makes things fun. 2607 trying to get the alignment just right on that deep cage with their mechanism. Looks like it's in. And they do their pull-up. Looks like a climb RP to me. Meanwhile, red, just now, getting over the line, no climbs, and that brings the match to an end. Let's take a look at our final scores from that match. It is the Blue Alliance taking the victory. 161 to 130, pretty high scoring match. All right, let's meet the teams for our next match.
Up first, down on the red side of the field, we have Team 1218.
That's Springfield Chestnut Hill Robotics, the 2019 First Robotics Competition Championship winners.
Partnered with them for this match is Team 9989.
Blast Robotics.
And finally, 9015.
Questionable Engineering.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have 4373.
They are Robotics.
Joining them is Team 321.
Our 2024 championship winning team, the Robolancers.
And finally, Team 1712.
Dogma.
Are you saying we have two different world champion winners in this match opposing each other?
We do. Both in years when my team 254 was a finalist. Interesting.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We're off and autonomous in our anti-penultimate match. That means third from the end. For the Red Alliance, really important match. Two of our red teams are currently ranked in the top 8, and they're fighting for their seeding position. Both alliances go in for level 4. We have 4 scored on red and 1 on blue. As we transition to Telly Up, we see the Red Alliance continuing to score up high on level 4. That's Team 1218. Meanwhile, their partners, 9015, going down to L2, working from the top down and the bottom up. Third robot on red, 9989, is moving the algae into the processor, trying to get the points and to get their half of the cooperation bonus. Meanwhile, their counterpart, 1712 on blue, very quickly and efficiently gets both of their algae in there. We have cooperation available now. $43.73 going for a coral score. It just drops off. That happens sometimes. Meanwhile, Dogma continuing to pound the algae into the processor here. You get a lot of points for doing that. You do give the algae to your opponent for an opportunity at a shot at the trough, but a lot of points for yourself as well. Over on the red half of the field, we have 4 robots. Team 321, defensive specialists and masterminds, going back and forth trying to defend those loading stations. 9015 does a nice spin move. Spinning's always a good trick. They get past and are able to score on level 4. So 321 is going to defend the other side now and try to prevent 1218 from accessing their coral. Pretty difficult job to play defense effectively in this game, but if anybody can do it, it's 321. World champions for a reason. 1712 has put every piece of algae on the ground on the blue half of the field in the processor. Looks like they're starting to line up their climb. It is about that time, isn't it? 25 seconds left. Teams are going to get their last couple game pieces scored. And we have all the action shifts to the center of the field. 1712 is looking to engage. We have 9015 grabbing onto the cage with their mechanism. They have it. They just need to lift up. 1218 up in just a jiffy. And as time comes to a close, we have 2 red robots hanging. And the final scores for that last match, we have the Red Alliance taking the victory. Score of 193 to 124. That's in a new event high score. And teams 90-15 and 12-18 remain in the top 8 and climb on up.
All right, I do have a quick announcement, and this is an important announcement. This announcement is regarding Alliance selection. We are going to need each team to start sending one student representative at least. I know the rules are different. You can have one student, two students, and a mentor. You got to get at least one down there. One student representative down to the queuing area. Immediately following match 29, we will be doing Alliance selection. Thank you.
All right, qualification match 27. That one was a banger. High score 193. Haven't seen anything like that today. The Red Alliance really popping off. You can really tell the teams are front and center thinking about getting those RPs, with the Red Alliance getting 6 RPs, 90-15 jumping up into 2, and 12-18 jumping up into 5. That is big with only 2 matches left to play. Let's pull up the replay, and you can walk me through what you're seeing here.
Yeah, so also our Blue Alliance was able to take away this autonomous ranking point. You're going to see that 43-73 misses that first one, but they start heading back, and they do land the second one, which is going to get them that ranking point. And down on red, right, we see one of these robots going front and center, making sure they move off the line. And we see 4 Coral up high, giving them a 37-19 lead, jumping out early.
Yeah, and I think as soon as as soon as Teleop started, the Red Alliance really jumped right to it. They had a plan, and you could see them perfectly execute it. They were really wanted to be coral heavy, but at the same time, if you're going to be coral heavy, you need to take those pieces of algae off of the reef. And you can see these 2 primary scoring teams, they're just grabbing and dropping the algae on the ground, and they're letting that algae primary robot just grab those, put them in the processor, and get them cycled into the net.
And 1712, right, is doing the same over here. They're grabbing that algae off and running right over to that processor. And we see that 9989 is doing the same over here, just really playing cleanup duty. And 321 came over to play some defense here. It looked like they were really shadowing 9015. The Red Alliance started by having this field divided, but now as you see that this blue robot starts chasing, they're really kind of being really hyper aware as to what's going on around them and just trying to keep that defense almost away from their partner 1218.
Yeah,
really trying to open up the field for them.
This is a really sick spin move right here. Let's see if we can go forward a little bit. Over here coming off this. This is kind of textbook when you're facing a defender, right? The number one things you're teaching your drive team is you want to make sure that you're spinning the robot and you're getting them off of your bumpers, and they do that is a textbook example of what to do in that situation.
And scrubbing all the way over towards our end game here, right? We even see, at that 30-second, even 35-second mark, we see that 1218 and 9015 are both already starting to line up here towards this barge. We'll see 1218 start to slide in. We saw that 1712 also did the same thing for blue, right? Trying to get over there early, make sure that they're able to secure that ranking point. They weren't able to pull off that climb on blue, but we did see that one of those red robots was able to get up as well, which is going to help them secure that ranking point.
Yeah, all right, let's throw it back down to the field for the second to last match of qualifications.
All right, Mike, let's meet our teams.
All right, we are in qualification match 28 of 29. We are almost there. Again, remember, please send one student representative down to the queuing area so we can start getting ready for Alliance selection, which is going to happen immediately after match 29. But for now, let's meet the teams in this match. Up first, we have Team 433.
They're the Firebirds from Mount St. Joseph Academy.
Their partners are Team 9979.
Tiger Robotics.
And finally, 272.
The Cyber Crusaders from Lansdale Catholic High School.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 834.
The Spartex from Southern Lehigh High School.
And Team 316.
They are the Lunatics.
And finally, Team 1640.
The Sabotage from Downington Area Robotics. Another big match here. Two of the Blue Alliance teams, 316 and 1640, are in striking position for a top 8 Alliance captain spot.
State Senator.
Hi, I'm Maria Collette. I'm the state senator here.
Maria Collette?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, like very brief. Can I get someone my phone to take pictures of?
So how do you want to be introduced? Pennsylvania State Senator?
Pennsylvania State Senator Maria Collette.
Collette, okay.
I just want someone to take a picture of us when I do it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Could you take a picture of us when she presents this thing?
So I'm going to say, as we're while we're working on the field, we have a very special person we'd like to introduce. Please welcome. Do you want me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, can I take these off?
You can take those off. Yes.
Right.
Walter, ready? There's your mic.
Okay.
And you want me to just stay here? And
Yeah.
call me?
Sure.
Go this way.
Oh, my God.
Hey, folks. Thank you for your patience on working on waiting for us to kind of work on the field right now, but we have a very special person we'd like to introduce who's coming to visit. Please welcome Pennsylvania State Senator Maria Collette.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I just have a few brief remarks because this is such an exciting day and an exciting year. So I'm Senator Maria Collette, and I'm excited to be here today among so many thoughtful, driven, and creative people. I understand that this is the 25th anniversary of Team 341's annual event, and I want to congratulate all of the students, coaches, and mentors, not just for the success you've experienced in competition, but for the success you've achieved in growing this ever-expanding community of learners. I'm so proud of the passion on display here today. It's not just about building robots, it's about building character, curiosity, and community. And this is exactly how STEM changes lives, not just through circuits and code, but through collaboration, problem solving, and critical thinking. I hope every student here carries that forward long after the matches are over and the brackets are set. Now think about it. The world has changed dramatically in 25 years. When Ramp Riot began back in 1999, cell phones were clunky, social media didn't exist, and the first iPhone was still 7 years away. But through all those changes, one thing has remained steady: this competition. For 2.5 decades, Team 341's Ramp Riot has been a place where young minds challenge and inspire one another, and where friendships form and partnerships begin that can last a lifetime. And that spirit of collaboration, well, that's exactly what we're going to need in the next 25 years, facing changing energy needs, advancing healthcare, and building smarter communities. And I have no doubt Ramp Riot will continue to empower students with that same opportunity, not just for another 25 years, but for generations to come. In honor of this special anniversary, I would like to present a certificate of congratulations from the Pennsylvania State Senate. Kirsten? Can I put this down? Can I put it down? All right. Get out of the way. Huh? So let me get out of the way. Yeah. That was very cool.
Ramp Riot, I have good tidings. We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line. We're going to start this in. All right, now we are good. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go! And we're kicking it off with qualification match number 29. We are back at it, Ramp Riot. 2 matches here before Alliance selection. We'll keep everyone posted on what our schedule is going to look like, but right now we've got 2 more qualification matches left to go. Drivers step forward and take control of their robots. 1640 Sabotage making some work on some algae within their system, dropping it off in the processor. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 316, attempt to shake out some coral. Their partners, 834 Spartex, trying to procure some game resources in order to try and score. Checking up on the Red Alliance, Team 272, Cyber Crusaders. Over at the near side of the field, trying to drop down coral onto an L4. It's going to be good for a couple points. Trying to catch up to the Blue Alliance. 53-49 is your score, a delta of 6 points in favor of Blue. 433 Firebirds positioning themselves right at the barge zone. Joined up with 9979. Let's see what's going on the Blue Alliance. T-minus 55 left of gameplay. Lunatex 316 position themselves to drop off coral onto an L4. 1640 top shelf of coral will go for the blue side again. Partnered up with some nifty cycle times at Spartex. Procuring a piece of coral. Finding an available branch to place it down on. And into the trough. 9979, after playing some good defense against Blue, head back over to the barge station. Try and suspend themselves on a deep cage. Couple Blue Alliance robots up and at it. Looks like we might have ourselves a triple climb on the Blue Alliance as time expires. But we're going to wait for your official results. So stay tuned. We'll get you to them as soon as we can. got our scores from match 28. Blue Alliance will take the win here. 127 to 93. Blue Alliance will take the win, earning themselves a total of 5 ranking points. Both alliances going to get that auto and barge bonus. And with the Blue Alliance taking the win, they will get 3 additional. That's going to be what that 5 is. That's going to be 28. We'll see you soon for 29.
All right, we are qualification match 29 of 29. As a reminder before this match, I know I said it a while ago, we do need 1 student representative down in the queuing area so we can have you ready for alliance selections and get into alliance selections as quick as possible. All right, we are going to start and meet the teams for qualification matches one last time. After this, it's playoffs. Up first, we have 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
With them is 6808.
William Tennant Robotics.
And 484.
RoboForce.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have 9993.
EP Robotics.
We have team 427.
Lancelot.
And finally, 9998.
Blue Steel Dragons.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 29. The autonomous period has begun. We have on the Red Alliance 484 attempting to score Coral on their brief. Now starts the teleop period where we see a score of 34-12, the Red Alliance taking the lead. On the Blue Alliance, we see Team 427 scoring Coral, while on the Red Alliance, Team 484 RoboForce successfully scores Coral on an L2 branch, as their alliance partner 2539 Krypton is trying to score Algae in their processor. We have team 9993 also on Algae duty for the Blue Alliance, trying to score in their processor. Now looking at the score again, we have the Red Alliance in the lead with 75-24 points with 1 minute left in the match. On the Red Alliance, we see team 6808 clearing Algae from the reef as team 484 attempts to keep scoring Coral. On the Blue Alliance, we see team 427 trying to store some more Coral into the trough. While their teammate 9998 on the Blue Alliance, the Blue Steel Dragons, head over to the center of the field while 2939 successfully climbs on a deep cage, while their alliance team 484 is attempting to do the same. And that means the end of the match.
Just before we post our score, just a reminder to send your Alliance representatives down to the queuing area.
And the final scores are in. The Red Alliance takes it with the score of 99 to 33 points.
All right, match 29 wrapped up. That concludes qualification matches for today. Congratulations to all the teams for making it through. Thank you to all the volunteers, field staff, and everybody that made qualification such an amazing day. Let's throw the rankings up on the board and see how things shook out.
So what's really interesting about these rankings is 7 of the top 8 of our top ranked teams, who will be those first Alliance captains, all have really focused mostly on Coral today, with the exception of 3314, the Mechanical Mustang showing off a lot of that algae ability as well. So it'll be interesting to see where these alliances go for building out those top 8 teams.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of changes going into the last few matches that I think shook things up a lot, because it seemed like teams were kind of transitioning from this. They were going out, they were showing what they could do, they were putting up big scores, to being like, oh, we got to get a lot of ranking points because that's really what matters in this. And you can see how that shuffled out, since the top teams are also close in these RPs, and having the 6 available RPs, there's a lot of different ways that you can go out for a match and you can be ranked really high. You can have one so-so match and it can be really tough. Coming up in rank 1 with 5.2 ranking points, which is awesome. That means that they scored over an average of 5 every match. Getting those 6 RPs was pretty rare, we saw today, and it's impressive that they were able to pull that off.
Absolutely, and again, you don't have to always be the robot that can do everything to rank high. I mean, again, our number 1 ranked team, 7414, intentionally designed their machine to not score on the upper level, right? Knowing that a lot of other teams would do that and really be that complementary team.
Yeah, I think that there's something always to be said about focus, right? Is the name of the game with in FRC. It's really about execution and being able to understand where the upper limits of your mechanical design and your software is, so that you can build to max that out. And then you can fill in a lot of gaps with driver practice, which we saw. It's pretty apparent that a lot of these drivers have hours and hours and hours. We're through the regular season, we're through a lot of the off season, so some of these robots also have hundreds of hours on them. It's pretty incredible that they're staying together as much as they do. You think it's a tough thing to last as much, to go as many matches as we do nowadays.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these robots have over 120 matches played on them, and FRC is not something that is easy on these machines, right? We see all kinds of heavy collisions, slamming into walls. Even some of these robots shoot down that coral so hard that it becomes a falling object in and of itself.
Yeah, and I think something also notable about this is we had 4 teams that were undefeated through qualifications, right? So it's tough to go through 5 matches and remain undefeated. And I think there's a couple of them that are going to vie and try and go the rest of the way, see if they can get out with no losses today. It'll be interesting to see how things shake up. And are there any obvious pairings that you could point to, or what do you think?
I mean, 2607 and 3314 won a couple blue banners together, including the FMA DCMP. So it'll be interesting to see if they pair up together. And really intrigued to see where some of these teams decide to go for their strategies.
Yeah, I think it'll also be interesting to see how we have these secondary teams, a lot of the JV teams with their newer robots that, they might not have the reputation or their pre-rookies, but they did such a great job today and really made a difference in all of the alliances that they were a part of, that that they'll fit in well with any of the alliances that they get chosen by. And I think it's also a testament to the community that you guys all have down here. I'm from New England. It's been really great to come down and kind of see the camaraderie that all of these teams have and how everybody's all helping each other out. It's been really awesome to see, and I'm excited to see how that parallels into elimination matches.
Alliance selection's sure going to be an interesting one with a lot of these teams, being ready to make some decisions. And the pool here at Ramp Riot's really, really deep this year. A lot of teams making, championship appearances, ranked, a little bit lower than we may have expected. So it'll be really interesting to see where some of these alliances end up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see how things shake up, and I think we are good to send it back down to the field. So let's see how things shake out for alliance selection.
Okay, good
Awesome.
afternoon,
Nice.
everybody, and welcome to Alliance Selection. I know a lot of teams here have already been through it, and there are some new teams. We will do a brief explanation so we can keep this train rolling and get us on our way to playoffs, given how the day has gone. Okay, so for Alliance Selection, we'll bring out our top 8 teams. We will start with the number 1 team right now, and we will give them 45 seconds to make their pick. If they do not make the pick, they will go back and we'll bring out the next team, and it'll go on down the line. If they make the pick, great, we go to the team after that. The only rule in Alliance Selection is if you pick a team in the top 8, for example, if Team 1 picks Team 4 and Team 4 declines, no other team can pick that team. They are now forced into being an Alliance captain. All right, we are going to bring out our top 8 teams. We are going to start with our number 1 team. Please welcome the number 1 ranked team here, Team 7414. Do not go under the truss. Do not go under the truss. Do not go under the truss. Go around that way.
From Collegeville, Pennsylvania, Retro
Do not go under
Robots.
the truss, everybody. Sorry. You will be coming to the center to make. No, you come here. You got to make your selection here. 7414. If you're ready for your selection, please approach to the microphone. You are on the clock.
Team FRC 7414 would like to select
Team 341 to be our player 2.
That's Team 341.
From Ambler, Pennsylvania, Miss Daisy.
Yes.
Team 341 gratefully accepts.
Our number 2 ranked team, Team 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, Questionable Engineering.
When you guys are ready, please speak into the microphone. You are on the clock.
On behalf of our sponsors, Team 9015 would like to invite Team 1218.
That's Team 1218.
From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, SCH Robotics.
When you guys are ready, please accept or decline.
Team 1218 gratefully accepts.
Your number 3 ranked team, Team 2607.
From Warminster, Pennsylvania, the Fighting Robo Vikings.
When you are ready, please step up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 2607 would like to invite Team 3314 to join our alliance.
That's Team 3314.
From Clifton, New Jersey, Mechanical Mustangs.
Would you like to accept or decline?
Team 3314 would love to gallop with you.
Thank you. I'm going to have you guys go out and around. You're going to 3, but out and around. Thank you. Out and around. Your number 4 ranked team, Team 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, Lunatics.
When you are ready, please step up to the microphone, make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 316. Team 316 would like to invite Team 2539 to join our alliance.
That's Team 2539.
From Hershey, Pennsylvania, Krypton Cougars.
On behalf of Team 2539 and our sponsors, we gratefully accept.
You're going to go out and around the 4. Out and around the 4. Out and around the 4. I don't know how many times I have to say out and around. Your fifth ranked, because they moved up, because teams above them were selected, Team 484.
From Havertown, Pennsylvania, RoboForce.
When you guys are ready, please speak into the microphone. You are on the clock.
FRC Team 484 would like to invite Team 103 to join their alliance.
That's Team 103.
From Kintnersville, Pennsylvania, Cybersonics.
If you wish to accept or decline, but...
Team 103 gratefully accepts.
You guys are going to go out and around to, no, not under. You can go out that way if you want, but out and around to your station here. Your 6th ranked team, Team 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
When you are ready, please speak into the microphone for your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 1391 would like to pick Team 1640.
That's Team 1640.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania, Sabotage.
Please speak into if you wish to accept or decline.
Team 1640 gratefully accepts.
Out and around, either way. Your number 7th ranked team, Team 834.
From Center Valley, Pennsylvania, Spartex.
When you are ready, please step up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 834 would like to invite Team 1923.
That's Team 1923.
From Plainsboro, New Jersey, the Midnight Inventors.
On behalf of our sponsors, Team 1923 graciously accepts.
You go right to 7.
Yeah.
And our last alliance captain to bring out here, it's Team 5181.
From Windmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
When you are ready, please step up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 5181 would like to invite Team 9989 to join our alliance.
That's 9989? 9989.
From Berwyn, Pennsylvania, Blast Robotics.
Team 9989 would gracefully accept.
Thank you. You guys can go to 8. There's going to be a small. There's going to be.
We're good to go.
Okay. Let me stay here for just a minute.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you ready? We want keys.
All right, we are being told that 5181 is already ready to make their selection, so we are going to go right into that. When you're ready, please step up to the microphone to make your selection.
Team 5181 would like to invite Team 708 to join our alliance.
That's Team 708.
From Horsham, Pennsylvania, Hatters Robotics.
Team 708 gratefully accepts.
Excellent. Please head over to your.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I need you. Yep, clear it up. Thank you. All right, Alliance 7, when you are ready to make your selection, please come up here to the microphone and make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 834 would like to invite Team 272.
That's Team 272.
From Lansdale, Pennsylvania, Cyber Crusaders.
Go now. It's not safe. No, come on.
Team 272 says yes, yes, yes.
Alliance 6, when you are ready, please step up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock. It's happened so much at this point.
Teams 1391 and 1640 would like to select Team 9094.
That's Team 9094.
From Wynwood, Pennsylvania, Earthquakers Robotics.
Team 9094 gratefully accepts.
You guys can go under. You can go under. Alliance 5, when you are ready, please send one representative up to the microphone. You are on the clock. I think your teammates went over there. I think you guys are in that team.
FRC Team 484 and 103 would like to join forces with Team 4373.
That's 4373.
From Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, Robotics.
Team 4373 graciously accepts.
Alliance number 4, when you are ready, please send one representative up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 316 and Team 2539 would like to invite Team 5401 to our alliance.
That's Team 5401.
From Bensalem, Pennsylvania, fighting robotic owls.
Team 5401 graciously accepts.
Alliance 3, when you are ready, please send one representative up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
Team 2607 and Team 3314 would like to invite Team 1712 to join our alliance.
That's Team 1712.
From Ardmore, Pennsylvania, Dogma.
Team 1712 enthusiastically accepts.
Alliance 2, when you are ready, please send one representative up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock. Okay. Okay. So before... You gotta go.
Team 9015 and Team 1218 would like to invite Team 321.
That's Team 321.
From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Robo Lancers.
Team 321 graciously accepts.
All right, before we have our last team come up and make their final selection, would all the teams who are not selected please stay in the queuing area to be sign on or sign off on if you're going to be a backup team. All of the alliance captains, you need to keep one person on the field to talk to the head ref. All of the alliance captains. I believe you can have members from each team, but you need to have at least all of the alliance captains on here. Okay, that being said, Alliance 1, when you're ready, please send one representative up to the microphone to make your selection. You are on the clock.
One representative?
Team 7414 and Team 341 would like to invite Team 10157.
That's Team 10157.
From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Roman Robotics.
You go back if you want. Yeah.
Team 10157 gratefully accepts.
Do you like 10157 better?
That's fine.
Okay, I'll do that. From now on. So. All right, there you have your 8 alliances to go through playoffs. Again, alliance captains, at least the alliance captains, you need to stay on the field to meet with the head ref. Any team who has not been selected, please meet with the referees on signing up for backup robots. Hang tight, I'll tell you what time we'll be starting matches.
320. Yeah. 325.
Matches will start at 3:25. 325, please have your robot on the field, powered up and ready to go. Everyone, you can clear the field except for Alliance captains. The time is 3:25. We are missing 2 red robots on the field. We are missing 74-14 and 101-57. Please report to the field so we can start the playoff matches. All right, welcome to the playoffs of Ramp Riot 25. We have 8 great alliances, and we are going to meet Alliance 1 in red. Up first, we have Team 341.
It's Miss Daisy.
They are partnered with Team 10157.
Roman Robotics.
And finally, the Alliance captain, the #1 ranked team here at 74-14.
Retro Robotics.
Now down the blue side of the field, we have Alliance 8. Starting on Alliance 8, we have Team 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
With them, we have Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And finally, Team 9989.
It's Blast Robotics.
Now, the winner of this match here will stay in the upper bracket. The losing team will go down to the loser's bracket for a second chance. We'll wait for the robots to connect, and we'll see what happens. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All of you robot fans out there, we are here at Ramp Riot in the playoffs. We're in the upper bracket. Round 1, match number 1. Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 8 in blue. Let's see what shakes out here. It's all the marbles. We enter teleoperated period 27 to 11 in favor of the Red Alliance. Drivers step forward and operate their controls. 708 Hatters Robotics on the Blue Alliance, representing Alliance number 8. Places a piece of coral up onto the top shelf L4 branch of the Blue Alliance reef, as does 5181 Explorer Robotics. They're trying to dodge some choppy waters. That's some defense played on them by the Red Alliance, Team 10157 Roman Robotics. Team 341, Miss Daisy, procures some algae from their coral reef. They up and over it goes into the Red Alliance net overhead. 7414 Retro Robotics on the Red Alliance side of the field, continuing to score any available coral they can find. Minute 10 on the clock, 88 to 59 is your current score. Again, with 1 minute of gameplay remaining. 9989 Blast Robotics drops off a piece of algae into the processor. .708 Hatters Robotics, with some tight maneuverability, successfully drops off a piece of coral into the L4 branch. 5181 on the blue side on algae duty, clearing up the reef for their Blue Alliance companions to place easily place coral on available branches. 134 to 87 right now, 15 seconds left of gameplay. 10157 Roman Robotics up and on a shallow cage. 341 Miss Daisy trying to climb up on a deep cage. Looking good. Blue Alliance trying to score some last minute pieces of coral, and that's going to do it for time here in round 1, match number 1. And we've got the scores up. Continuing play in the upper bracket is the Red Alliance. Score of 171 to 104. Alliance number 1 in red is going to advance further into the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 7. Alliance 8 will advance to the lower bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 5.
All right, awesome first match. Alliance 1 taking that one. Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. Let's play this replay really quick. Let's get this going. All right, jumping right into auto. Walk me through a little bit of what you saw.
So very clearly, right, our Red Alliance, again, even in autonomous, splitting that side of the reef, right, with our 10-157 staying centered here, placing this. And it looked like Blue almost did something similar, right, trying to steer clear of each other. But we saw 5181 try to grab this algae. Directly into teleop, right, we see 10-157 running over, immediately playing this defense on Blue, trying to mess up any rhythm they have. Whereas over here on red, again, field split directly down the middle. 74-14 feeding from here, and 341 picking up everything off the ground from here, as well as clearing off that reef.
Yeah, I think when you see these high-powered alliances more and more, the cleaning of the algae is going to really, I think it's going to come out to be something that's going to be substantial, and it seems like the One Alliance has already got a pretty good grasp on that.
Definitely. And we also have to watch out for this processor play here too, right? Because at the end of this match, our Blue Alliance still is able to score 6 of those algae, helping to make it a little bit closer for them. But I mean, clear far and away, right? We see 9 coral versus 23, jumping up to 11 there at the end. It's clearly a coral difference maker here.
Yeah, definitely. And Alliance 8 not out of it yet, right? We got the double elimination bracket, so we'll see them again very soon. Let's throw it on down to the field for match number 2.
All right, we are still in the upper bracket. We have Alliance 4 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. Up first on red, we have Alliance Captain Team 316.
They are the Lunatics.
Partnered with them is 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And finally, 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Down on the blue side of the field, Alliance captains for Alliance 5, we have Team 484.
It's RoboForce.
Partnered with them is Team 103.
Cybersonics.
And finally, they have 4373.
It's Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, almost. Nope. She put. All right, teams, please come out and reset your robots. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Ramp Riot, we are here in the upper bracket, still playing round 1, match number 2. We've got Alliance 4 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. Let's see how this is going to shake up. Alliance 4 is going to take the upper hand, 27-6. Driver step forward and take control for tele-operated section of gameplay. 103 continuing their consistent strategy of algae, cleaning up the coral reef on the Blue Alliance. 484 working coral. 2539 Krypton Cougars on the near side of the field, cycling with their partners 316 the Lunatics to grab any coral that they can find. Looking to finish up the top row, L4 on the Red Alliance Coral Reef. Try and maintain the lead that they have over Alliance number 5. Minute 30 on the clock, 85-59 is your current score. 103 Cybersonics now heading on over to the Blue Alliance side. Making sure that that net overhead on the Blue Alliance is full of algae. Leaves plenty of room for 484 to continue scoring their coral on the Blue Alliance Coral Reef. Red Alliance finishes up every branch on the L4. They now pivot over to L3 availability. 5401 fighting robotic owls. Mimic the gameplay of 103 Cybersonics. Work on algae as well. Both of these nets on red and blue looking pretty full. But the Red Alliance is maintaining their lead, 150-95. Coming up on T-minus 30 seconds left here. 484 RoboForce. Almost finished up on the L4 branches. Cybersonics shifting gears, heading on to Coral as well, working with their alliance partners, RoboForce. These teams now start to move towards their end game. They head on over to some deep cages. 103 Cybersonics trying to climb up and away. 316 Lunatics suspending themselves, lifting up on that deep cage, and that's going to do it for time here in round 1, match number 2. We have a thumbs up here. Continuing play in the upper bracket is the Red Alliance. The score of 182-133. Alliance number 4 will advance further into the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 7, where they will greet Alliance number 1. Alliance number 5 will advance into the lower bracket. They will be playing in round 2, match number 5 against Alliance 8.
Wow, I know we've only seen 2 matches today, but or 2 matches for elimination rounds. 182 from the Alliance 4. That's more than Alliance 1 put up. Let's bring up the replay and we can scrub through this pretty quick.
So right off the rip, Alliance number 4 is opting to not run an auto here for 5401. Wondering if during our false start there, there was a little bit of a tipping incident, right? So maybe that's part of the reasoning behind it. But you immediately see that 5401 goes right to work, clearing off this reef, opening up as many scoring positions as humanly possible. And even during that time, right, our alliances still split that field in half for the most part, trying to stay clear of each other while avoiding that defense from 4373.
Yeah, I think this really was a masterclass from the 4-seed Alliance. This is even more impressive, putting up 182 with a defense robot against them. That really shows that they've got the flow down. It was really smart. I think both alliances really got a little bit of a break with that false start, being able to make small adjustments in auto. With 5401, unfortunately, tipping over in the first one, getting to reset, make small adjustment, and it seemed to make a big difference because they definitely weren't going to put up 182 without them. It's been really impressive.
Absolutely. And on our blue side, right, we saw 103 solely focusing on this algae here until it was completely clear, and then they started running for feeder station as well, right? So we'll have to keep an eye on Alliance 5 and see how they adjust and maybe get 4373 involved in the offense.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see them again, and then let's scrub really quick to the end. For going into the end game, we saw Red Alliance pushing it a little bit, right? They're trying to get the scores up. It's really about that, but I think it's important for teams. They're going to have to remember that those points are worth a lot of. So you want to make sure that you go there, get it early. Red Alliance did get 2 climbs, which is awesome. All right, with that, we'll send it down to the field for elimination match 3.
All right, let's meet our team. We are in playoff match 3. We are in the upper bracket. We are with Alliance 2 in red versus Alliance 7 in blue. Up first on red, we have team 321.
They're the Robo Lancers.
We have their Alliance captain, team 9015.
Questionable engineering.
And finally, team 1218.
SCH Robotics.
Let's bring it down to the blue side. Down on blue, we have team 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
Joining them is team 272.
Cyber Crusaders.
And their Alliance captain, 834.
Spartex.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Upper bracket round 1, match number 3 underway here at the Ramp Riot playoffs. 272 attempts to make a score on some coral that they've got. 834 scoring 2 pieces of coral on an L4 branch. That's going to put the Alliance 7 in the lead coming up into tele-operated mode. Only a 3-point differential. We still got plenty of time for these robots to show us what they are capable of. 9015 questionable engineering. Swerving on by, lifting that coral up with some quick reflexes, that L4 coral gets scored up, and they double back for a second. 12-18 SCH Robotics, working in tandem with Questionable Engineering to try and recapture the lead that Alliance number 7 has taken. Minute 30 on the clock, a 1-point difference. Now the Red Alliance has actually retaken the lead, 73-69. .834 Spartex finding the line to try and drop that coral onto an available spot. Midnight successfully places coral on an L4 branch. .834 places the last piece of coral on the L4 crown for the Red-Blue Alliance coral reef on L4. But the Red Alliance has that and some. T-minus 40 seconds, 119-98. Alliance number 2 increases their advantage they have over Alliance number 7. 272 Cyber Crusaders continuing algae duty, placing another piece up into that overhead netting. Few seconds left. 6 points separate these two alliances with 10 seconds remaining. .834 and 272. Cyber Crusaders up and away. But Red Alliance says, we can match that, and I'll raise you a second one. But that's where .834 comes in and matches. And that's going to do it for time. I'm seeing an unofficial score of 132-132. I'm seeing potentially 2 robots on either side. It's going to be a close one. Let's see what your official scores say. We have your scores here for round 1. Match number 3. The Blue Alliance takes the win. We did, in fact, have a tied score, 156 to 156. The tiebreaker was, in fact, auto points. So Alliance number 7 is going to take the win, and they will be advancing into the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 8. Alliance number 2 will be advancing into the lower bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 6.
Talk about an incredible match there.
Yeah.
Tiebreaker going down to auto points.
It literally doesn't get closer than that. And lots of interesting things happen in this match. Let's kick it off and start with auto. Of course, coming out of auto, so we have blue and red going to score in their respective reefs. There we go. We will see that as auto starts ticking down, blue's going to pull away here. They get a couple extra pieces up top. And ultimately, as we all saw, this is going to make the difference in the end. But there's a couple other things I want to focus on. Number 1, let's pause it right here. 321 ends auto on the leave line, right? So red is down 3 points here because they didn't leave. Had they done that, that would have made the difference. Of course, anything would have made the difference here. Let's go into teleop. So into teleop, what we see is Red Alliance is doing a 2-scoring configuration, and 321 doing what they've done all day long, going deep, playing defense. And actually, I thought 321 did a fantastic job of defending 1923 here. You can see 1923 is a human loader. They were moving back and forth between the stations. And for the first 20 or so seconds of teleop, 1923 is actually unable to score. Here they are over here. Sorry, we're back in auto. There we go. So we have 321 trying to defend 1923 over here, doing a great job. However, as happened earlier when I was calling a 321 match, they're going to wind up getting beached on this ball right here. There we go. We said it before, Algae makes a difference in this game. Even though we spend most of their time touching coral, in the end, Algae makes a difference. Here's one way it made the difference. It takes 321 out of the match from that point forward. And at this point, look, red is winning at the point that 321 gets beached. But what we're going to watch happen is once their robot is taken out of the equation, there's more opportunities to score. Blue has Team 272 playing the Algae game. Red is largely ignoring scoring Algae. Of course, those Algae are worth the same as an L3 coral, so that makes a big difference in the end. You can see this is going back and forth, and this very last piece that Team 1923 scores right over here is what ultimately gets us tied. And then with 2 seconds left, interestingly, had 1923 just been able to make it another 3 feet, that also would have avoided the tiebreaker. They won with the tiebreaker, of course, anyway, but that would have been the extra bonus points that they needed to tip it over. So, like I said, doesn't get closer than that.
Crazy matches here in playoffs. We'll throw it back to the field for match number 4.
All right, we have playoff match number 4 in the upper bracket. We have Alliance 3 in red versus Alliance 6 in blue. Up first on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
Team 1712.
Dogma.
And Alliance Captain 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1640.
Sabotage.
Alliance Captain 1391.
The Metal Moose.
And finally, Team 9094.
Earthquakers Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 4 underway here in the playoffs of Ramp Riot. Alliance 3 in red, Alliance 6 in blue. A lot of action happening between both of these two alliances. 33-14. Drops off 3 pieces of L4 coral and grabs algae on the way out. 26-07 places 3 pieces of algae. That's going to put the Red Alliance in a commanding lead coming into tele-operated period, 71-26. A 50-point differential that the Blue Alliance has to catch up on if they want to maintain their play in the upper bracket. Let's see what these teams' strategies are. 1391, the Metal Moose, double backs into the loading station. Drops off that piece of coral on an L4 branch. 1640 working Blue Alliance algae, while 9094 the Earthquakers robotics. On the far side, works in tandem with Sabotage to fill out the branches of this coral reef. Let's see what the Red Alliance is up to. 1712 Dogma on algae duty for the Red Alliance. 33-14 Mechanical Mustangs. Up that elevator system goes to drop off a branch on the L4. 1 branch remaining on L4 for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, looks like they've got 2 more for L4. T-minus 40 seconds, 178-99. 2607 dropping off on the L3. 3314 working it up as well. 1712 Dogma shifts gears and works towards a deep cage climb on the Red Alliance. 2607 and the Mustangs trying to get 3 Red Alliance robots up and suspended. But we've got some Blue Alliance robots also up and suspended as well, as time settles into 0 here in round 1, match number 4. We've got your scores locked in for match number 4. Up on the board. Advancing in the upper bracket is the Red Alliance. They new high score of 224 to 135. Alliance number 3 will continue their play in the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 2, match number 8, where they will be greeting Alliance number 7. Alliance number 6 will be advancing into the lower bracket. They will be playing in round 2, match number 6, where they will face Alliance number 2.
I'm definitely feeling a little bit of deja vu here with 2607 and 3314. 2 event winners this year paired together. We see them paired up again here.
Yeah, and they didn't skip a beat. They're picking up right where they left off at the FIM champs. Sorry. It was called something different when I was here. As we watch, let's start with auto. Yeah, both alliances really strong auto here. Red in particular, we have multi-piece autos on both sides of this reef. And as auto comes to a close, we're going to see that there's already a pretty big gap here in the scores, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean, almost a 40-point gap here just coming out of Autonomous.
Yep. And what we see is we see the Red Alliance. They're basically just going to split the field, and we're going to have 2607 using one human station, and 3314 using the other. This is the bread and butter, and they can both just sit there and cook. 3314 pitching in with some algae up top, and 1712 Dogma, of course, being an algae specialist, is clearing as many balls as they can into the processor over here.
And as we continue on this match, right, we're going to start to see that reef fill up more and more, that barge fill up more and more, right? And as some of these later algae get placed in, right, we're going to see a couple bounce out there.
Yep. Yeah, and this is an oft overlooked part of this game, right? So you get a lot of points for putting algae through the processor, but you're giving back points to your opponent if they make it in. But when you get that barge really, really full, it becomes tough. There you see another bounce out. There's just nowhere to put that ball, right? And this is a dynamic that I think at high levels of play really affects the outcome. You can see as we get near the end here, I believe one of the blue robots is going to be unable to climb. Red actually also missed the climb here, so even though they have a huge score here, they have headroom to go even higher. I'm really interested. I want to see what this Red Alliance does later on in the bracket. I want to see if people start trying to throw some defense maybe on these human loaders. Likewise, I want to see blue. You know, they didn't have a super clean match. I want to see them have another shot here in the lower bracket.
Awesome. We're going to throw it back to the field for our first trip down to the lower bracket.
All right, we are in our first match in the lower bracket. We are in match 5. We have Alliance 8 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. Let's meet the teams on the Red Alliance here. Up first, we have 5181 Alliance Captain.
It's Explorer Robotics.
Partnered with them is Team 708.
Hatters Robotics.
And Team 9989.
Blast Robotics.
Down on blue, Alliance 5, Alliance Captain, we have Team 484.
Robo Force.
They are partnered with Team 103.
They are the Cyber Sonics.
And finally, Team 4373.
Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Ramp Riot, we are here in match 5 in the lower bracket. We have Alliance 8 and Alliance 5 competing to keep playing here at Ramp Riot. One of these teams will continue their play into the lower bracket. Which team is it going to be? Let's find out. Advantage goes to Alliance number 5, 31-23. Cybersonics continuing their play on Algae. 9989 Blast Robotics also working on Algae duty on behalf of the Red Alliance. Explorer Robotics 5181 on Coral duty. Joined up with Hatters Robotics 708 in order to drop off as much coral as they can. Good amount on the L4 branches for red. Looks pretty mimicked on the Blue Alliance side as well. .120 on the clock. 15 points separate these two alliances, now make that 10. Advantage still going to blue side. 103 Cybersonics filling up that net of Algae. Trying to grab the last one on the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now has a clean coral reef. Perfect for Robotics and Roboforce to continue placing that coral. 708 Hatters trying to maximize or minimize their cycle times alongside 5181. Looking for an available spot to place that coral, try and catch up on what the Blue Alliance is bringing to the match. 30 seconds remaining, 143 to 107 is your current score. RoboForce pop goes for L3. That sonar means we're at our end game. 15 seconds remaining. 103 looking to suspend themselves off of a deep cage. Up and away, RoboForce goes as well. Robotics looking to complete the Blue Alliance, but looks like they're fine just parking, as that's going to do it for time here in round 2, match number 5. We've got your scores. Continuing their play in the lower bracket is going to be the Blue Alliance. With a score of 181 to 120, Alliance number 5 will continue playing in the lower bracket. They will advance next into round 3, match number 10. Unfortunately, that means we must say goodbye to Alliance number 8. Give them a warm round of applause for competing here at Ramp Riot. 5181, 9989, and 708.
All right, while we set up for the next match, we have the raffle drawing here for you. So what are we drawing for? What's the first thing we're pulling out for here? The zero gravity chair. And we're going to have the number read off here in just a moment. Oh, his hand is stuck in the jar. Oh, no. Okay.
Ticket number 965893. You have won a zero gravity chair. That's again 965893. That ticket is won. Okay, just put it on the ground. Put that one down.
No, that's
oh, wait, where's the one right there? Right. Next one is the camping gear. Welcome to the fun. Why you, JD? The ticket winning number is 965821. Again, it is 965821. Where's that one? Which one? Put down. Nice. This is for the heater, the porch heater. The winning ticket number is 965802. Again, move. 965802. Sit down. Second last one. This is for the movie bunch. The winning ticket number is 965824. Once again, the number is 965824. Okay, lucky hand. This is for the Pokemon set. I know a lot of you wanted this. This is for the Pokemon set, the most wanted one. The winner is Donald Chen. Ticket number 754265. That again is 754265. If your number was called, please come to the stand to collect your reward. The raffle.
All right, if you heard your number called or you think you may have heard your number called and you want to check, please head up to the raffle table to check if you're number one, or if you know you won, to claim your prize. Thank you. All right, let's meet the teams. We are still in the lower bracket. We have Alliance 2 in red versus Alliance 6 in blue. Up on red, Alliance Captain, we have Team 9015.
It's questionable engineering.
Partnered with them is 1218.
SCH Robotics.
And finally, filling in for Team 321, it's 9991.
The other Owls.
Down on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1640.
Sabotage.
Alliance Captain 1391.
The Metal Moose.
And finally, Team 9094.
Earthquakers Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We are here in round 2, match number 6 of Ramp Riot. Alliance 2 in red, Alliance 6 in blue. Let's see which one of these alliances is going to advance their gameplay further into the lower bracket. Big numbers by Alliance number 2, 54-33. Drivers step forward and take control of their machines. 90-94 Earthquakers Robotics begin to set up shop and place some coral into those upper branches, L4 style. 1391, the Metal Moose on the Blue Alliance. Also working some coral. Meanwhile, 1640 Sabotage removes algae from their reef. Looks to place in the overhead net above. Already a surplus of algae up in that overhead net. Checking up on the Red Alliance, 9015. Questionable engineering, making short cycle times, dropping coral on an L3 branch. Looks like all the other available branches on the red L4 have been taken up already. 1218 SCH Robotics, also a member of the Red Alliance. Also making quick cycles of coral on the L3. 1391, the Metal Moose, shifting gears and playing some defense against the Red Alliance. 134-85, T-minus 50 seconds left of gameplay. Earthquakers Robotics. Looks like the Red Alliance has filled up all of the L3 branches. SCH puts up the last one. 9015 now focusing on L2. 15 seconds remaining. 182 to 124. Let's see how the end game is going to shake out. Sabotage trying to climb onto a deep cage. SCH in 9015 on the red side. Ascend on their deep cage as time expires here in round 2, match number 6. We have your scores. Advancing in the lower bracket is going to be the Red Alliance. 208 to 136. Alliance number 2 will continue playing. They will advance further into the lower bracket. They will be playing next round 3, match number 9. Unfortunately, that must mean we must say goodbye to Alliance number 6. Give them a warm round of applause for their competition here. 1391, 1640, and 9094.
All right, that was an absolutely awesome match. Thank you to Alliance 6 for coming out. They played very, very well. But let's coast through and pull up the review here. All right, Jared, what do you see starting off in auto?
Yeah, so in auto, this number 2 Alliance just lost their prior match on the auto tiebreaker. They didn't want to do that again, and we see them hit a perfect auto here, right? They have won an L1 down here from their new partner, 5789, and then both 1218 and 9015 both hit 3 pieces. So it's 6 on L4, 1 down low, big lead coming out of auto.
Yeah, I think when you see these leads coming out of auto, it's really hard to make up ground on that. If you're the Blue Alliance, what kind of strategy are you doing to try and catch up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Blue is going to do a pivot here. So 1391 started the match, contributing some scoring, and then they're going to come over here and they're going to try to play some defense. It's difficult to defend a floor-loading robot like 1218, and that's what we saw over here. They're doing their best to try to cut down Red's scoring rate so that they can catch up with their other 2 bots over on Blue. But what's tricky here is I mentioned the substitution. We have 321 played the last match and played some pretty good D before they got stuck. But now 5789 playing as 9991 is over here just cleaning up algae. And look at the barge up here. These are all blue balls up there, but a large number of those are coming through here, adding to that huge score total.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this earlier, but when you have all of that field on that side that's like free of the algae, it really lets your core robots really excel on this. And I think this is kind of a perfect example of an alliance like working really well together to all of their strengths. Putting up a score like this with under defense is very impressive.
Yeah, yeah. I think this is an alliance to watch out for as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we'll throw it back down to the field for match number 7.
All right, we are in the upper bracket, match 7. We have Alliance 1 in red versus Alliance 4 in blue. The winning alliance will continue on in the upper bracket. The losing alliance will have a second chance in the lower bracket. Let's meet our teams. Up first, we have Team 341.
Miss Daisy.
Their partners, it's 10157.
Roman Robotics.
And the alliance captain, 7414.
Retro Robotics.
Down on the blue alliance captains, we have 316.
Lunatex.
They are partnered with 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And finally, Team 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Ramp Riot, we are back here in the upper bracket. Round 2, match number 7. We got Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 4 in blue. Let's see who is going to continue their play in the upper bracket. Put it up on the score. It looks like it might be Alliance 4, but we still got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left of gameplay. Drivers step forward and take control. 341, Miss Daisy on the red alliance, lifting their algae up and away it goes into the overhead netting above. But it looks like the blue alliance is going to reciprocate and place a piece of algae up as well. Looks like Krypton's going to get the second one first. 316, Lunatex. Up that coral goes onto an L3 branch. Alliance number 4 trying to maintain their lead that they have over Alliance 1. But Alliance 1 in red really catching up here. 25-39, Krypton Cougars hit some turbulent waters, but they navigate their sails safely to go place that algae back up into the overhead netting. 316 doubles back to join Krypton Cougars on algae duty. But it looks like they shift gears and head right back to coral. Up and away that goes for the blue alliance. Minute left on the clock. 4 points separate these alliances. Alliance number 4 is still holding on to their advantage here. 101-57, Roman Robotics playing some hefty defense against the blue alliance. 341 and Retro Robotics on the offensive. Trying to score and catch up back here, the Alliance number 4. 316 still trying to score up some coral. Joined up with Fighting Robotic Owls. 20 seconds left of gameplay. Blue Alliance not holding up here. They are going to continue their advantage. 5401, up and away they go on a deep cage climb. 316 looking to join their companions. 10157 on the Red Alliance, already up in the air, with Daisy trying to suspend as well. And that's going to do it for time here in round 2, match 7. We have your official scores here for round 2, match number 7. Continuing their play in the upper bracket is going to be the Blue Alliance, with a score of 143 to 135. Alliance number 4 is going to continue their play in the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 4, match number 11. Alliance number 1 will advance into the lower bracket. They will be playing next in round 3, match number 9, where they will face Alliance 2.
All right, match 7. What a banger of a match. That was super close. We saw Alliance 4 pulling off the upset against Alliance 1. You know, we'll see them again in the lower bracket. But let's scrub through the match a little bit here. And Jared, what did you see coming out of auto?
Yeah, so in auto here, we're going to see pretty good execution from both alliances. 341 unable to get their third game piece on, but tight 10-point match coming out of auto. I think this is a match that could have gone either way. That had a few things bounced differently in some pretty literal ways. So coming out of auto, like I said, 10-point gap. And we're going to see, 341 does what they do. They cook. They go and they love to alternate between algae and coral cycles. Meanwhile, 7414 is working on the other side of the reef. On the blue side, Krypton Cougars just filling the barge with algae.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting parallel to see the Red Alliance focusing primarily on coral, with 7414 and Daisy just being so good at doing that coral. The Blue Alliance probably came into this match knowing, what are we going to do to focus on it? What are we really good at? And that was clearly algae, right? With 2539 and 316 both being very good at putting algae in the net. And, those are worth those L3s, right? So they're kind of matching coral for coral with the Red Alliance. All the way through, you can see 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this match, and it's neck and neck, right?
That's right. Yeah, and I said a couple things could have bounced differently. Here's one of them. Look right there. The coral falls into 7414's belly pan. At that point, that's lodged. They can't legally touch another piece of coral without incurring penalties, so they're out of the game at scoring at that point. Also, just before that, 10157 got stuck on an algae over here, where we've seen a couple of teams get stuck. They managed to get themselves off, but took them out of the match for a little while. And we're going to see by the end of this match, that's really the difference, is a few seconds here and there. It's only an 8-point swing at the end.
Yeah, less than 10 points deciding this match. But we'll see Alliance number 1 in the lower bracket very soon. Congratulations, Alliance 4, moving on. We'll throw it back down to the field for match 8.
All right, we are going to start meeting the team. We are still in round 2, match 8. We have Alliance 7 in red versus Alliance... Yes, 3, I got it. 3 on blue. Up first, we have team 1923.
They're the Midnight Inventors.
we have their partners, Team 272.
Cyber Crusaders.
And the Alliance captains, 834.
Spartex.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
The same color scheme, we have 1712.
Dogma.
And Alliance captains, 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Last match of round 2 here. Match number 8, Alliance 3 in blue, Alliance 7 in red. Some tight maneuverability from both alliances here. Pretty close autonomous score of 44-37 in favor of the blue alliance. Now we move into tele-operated period. 1712 Dogma removing algae from the Blue Alliance reef. 3314 cycling up coral. Looks like they're doing a hybrid of coral and algae. 1712 into the processor. It goes, dropping it down. .272 Cyber Crusaders removing algae from the Red Alliance reef, giving plenty of opportunity for Midnight and Spartex to score on behalf of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance finishing up all branches on the L4. Blue Alliance not far behind. Blue Alliance actually maintaining their lead here, 125-109. Minute 13 remaining. 1712 Dogma cleaning up any available algae that they can find. Another algae in the processor. That will go. 2607 Fighting Robo Vikings. Cleaning up coral onto the L2. While 3314 finishes up branches on the L3. T-minus 40, 175-152. Advantage still to blue here. Spartex cleaning up shop. Another coral goes on for L3. Midnight working L2. 15 seconds remaining here of gameplay. Blue Alliance robots finding themselves suspending. Up and away Dogma goes. 2607 looking to do the same as with Mechanical Mustangs. Cyber Crusaders climbs themselves up on the red side as time ticks down to 0. Here in round 2, match number 8. We've got your scores here. Continuing in the upper bracket is the Blue Alliance. 216 to 199, a close match here. Alliance 3 is going to take the victory. They are going to skip round 3 and advance further into the upper bracket. They will play next in round 4, match number 11. Alliance number 7 is going to advance into the lower bracket. They will be playing next in round 3, match number 10.
All right, match 8. We had 3 going up against 7 back in the upper bracket. We saw the 3 Alliance take that away, so let's throw the recording up in here. We'll scrub past the auto, nothing too crazy. But just starting in Teleop, I thought it was really interesting. I noted that we're starting to see the teams be incredibly meticulous with their sequencing that they're doing here. And I just want to highlight, if you look at 33-14, they kind of showed a perfect example of what we saw on the super high-level play, like in the Einstein matches, where every team has this very specific sequence that they're doing. In 33-14 here, they're going, they score that piece of coral, they grab another piece of algae, they score a piece of coral, they grab another piece of algae, and they just do that until the reef is completely clear. And I think that we're going to see more and more of that as we get later into the rounds.
Yeah, that's right. And we now have 2 data points that show that this Alliance number 3 is really smooth and efficient. 2 consecutive matches in the 200s, running basically the same strategies before, where they've split the field and meanwhile have Dogma running around getting algae and putting it in the processor. Red also very effective scoring here. A huge score for Red as well. They had the same basic archetype of 2 coral scoring robots, one of which is alternating with some algae, and then 272 doing pure algae. The difference here is just that blue is a little bit smoother, a little bit faster, a little bit more optimized. At this point, it's hard to see how you can beat blue if you let them play their game, because they're so efficient.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see if some of these teams are sending defense bots over to kind of shake things up a little bit. All right, let's send it back down on the field for match number 8.
All right, we are in the lower bracket. We are in round 2. We have Alliance 1 in red versus Alliance 2 in blue. The winning alliance will continue on in the lower bracket. The losing alliance will be eliminated. Let's meet our teams. Up on the red alliance, we have team 341.
Miss Daisy.
They are partnered with 10157.
Roman Robotics.
And Alliance Captain 7414.
Retro Robotics.
Down on the blue side of the field, we have Alliance 2. We have Alliance Captain 9015.
Questionable Engineering.
With them is Team 1218.
SCH Robotics.
And finally, Team 9991.
The Other Owls.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Round 3, match number 9 underway. Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 2 in blue. One of these teams will continue their play here in the lower bracket. Which alliance is it going to be? Let's find out. Heavy scoring from both red and blue. Looks like Alliance 2 is going to take the upper hand going into tele-op, 45-30. 90-15 questionable engineering, making quick cycle times alongside their companions, SCH Robotics. Try and cycle some L4 Coral. Meanwhile, the other Owls making quick work of Algae into the processor on behalf of the Blue Alliance. Checking up on red, 74-14 Retro Robotics. Scoring up Coral onto the L4, joined up with Daisy. 101-57. Trying to do some defensive capacity against questionable engineering and SCH. One minute remaining. Alliance 2 still maintaining their lead over Alliance 1. 13-point differential between these two alliances. Up and away on the L3 for SCH and 90-15 for Blue. 94-14 Retro Robotics. Finding any available branch that they can. Up and away that elevator system goes. 341. Miss Daisy scooping up Coral off the floor. Looking to give it a home on an available branch. T-minus 10. Alliance 2 still with the upper advantage. 12-18 up and away. 90-15 coming quick behind them. It looks like we already have two Red Alliance robots suspended. That could shake up the scores, but that is going to be time here. Let's see what your official results are. score, and the Blue Alliance takes the victory. 199 to 169. Alliance number 2 will continue their play here at Ramp Riot. They will advance into the lower bracket. They will be playing next in round 4, match number 12. That means we must say goodbye to Alliance number 1. Please give them a warm round of applause here for Ramp Riot at 74-14, 341, and 101-57.
All right, match 9. Thank you to Alliance 1. They did an absolutely awesome job. Let's scroll through this match, take a look at what Alliance 2 did to take this home. What did you see?
So immediately Alliance 2 jumps out to that 10-point lead, right? But the real key for me is actually this backup robot that was called in by Alliance 2, 9991, right, is really focusing on this processor. So what it allows their alliance partners 1218 and 9015 to do is just pull that algae off the reef and not worry about it, right? While they're playing that cleanup role, clearing the field. While over on red, we're going to see 341 running what's kind of referred to as like a super cycle, right? Almost worrying about a coral and then finishing an algae. A coral, finishing an algae, right? So doing that, it really takes up more time, and we'll see it kind of at the end here, right? Which means 6 of these algae are from that processor. Mm-hmm. So all of that time that 341 spent doing some of those algae runs may not have paid off in the long run.
Yeah, and I think particularly when you have this algae on the reef, something that to really get all of the value out of the intake, for the floor intake like 341 has, is you really want to be able to just like pick up wherever you are in the field, drive straight to the reef, and clear it. And they don't really, since they're trying to do the algae themselves, maybe they're just spending a little too much time clearing that, and they don't have a clear path, and then they have to drive a little bit further around to find an open place. That can kind of take a little bit away from the efficiency of actually having that floor intake, which I think, here we know that Miss Daisy, they can put up a crazy amount of coral, right? So if they're not spending their time doing the algae, I completely agree. They probably would have blown it open, and there would have been a lot more pieces of coral on that reef.
The other thing, just as we go to the score, as the final score here, we're going to see 20 points in penalties come through for the Blue Alliance, helping push that just a little bit further. Unsure as to what those penalties were, but penalties can really make or break you here in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that clean play makes all the difference. So let's send it back down to the field for match 10.
All right, we are in round 3, match 10. We have Alliance 7 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. The winning alliance will continue on in the lower bracket. The losing alliance will be eliminated. Let's meet our teams. Up first on red, we have Team 1923.
The Midnight Inventors.
They are with 72.
Cyber Crusaders.
And finally, Alliance Captain 834.
Spartex.
Down on the Blue Alliance. Alliance Captain, we have Team 484.
It's RoboForce.
Partnered with them is Team 103.
Cybersonics.
And finally, Team 4373.
Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Round 3, match number 10 underway. We've got Alliance 5 in blue, Alliance 7 in red. One of these teams will continue their play in the lower bracket to face off against alliance number 2. Unofficial lead by alliance number 7, 40-30. Only a 10-point difference. Remember, we still have those 2 minutes and 15 seconds of a teleoperated period for these alliances to show us what they are capable of. 43-73, Robotics working in tandem with RoboForce to try and score those coral pieces up on that reef. Red Alliance 1923, Midnight Inventors on coral duty along with their companions 834 Spartex and Cyber Crusaders. Minute 30, and it looks like the alliance number 5 already catching up here and slingshotting themselves into the lead. 100-60 is your current score. 103 Cybersonics continuing to remove algae off the reef, putting it up into the overhead netting. 272 Cyber Crusaders joining up with the party as well. RoboForce double backing from that loading station. Up that elevator goes. Trying to find one of the last available branches on the L4 for the Blue Reef. Cyber Crusaders up and away. That algae goes, trying to take back that advantage that they had earlier in the match. 148-96 now. T-minus 25. Spartex cycling up coral for the L4. 15 seconds of gameplay remaining. 168-105. See what these teams plan on with their end game. Couple seconds left. Teams trying to get up here. That is going to do it here for round 3, match number 10. We have your scores for that match. Advancing in the lower bracket is going to be the Blue Alliance. With a score of 188-121, Alliance number 5 will continue their play. They will be playing next in round 4, match number 12 against Alliance number 2. Unfortunately, it must mean we must say goodbye to Alliance number 7. Give them a warm round of applause for their competition. It's 834, 1923, and 272.
right, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm in front of the barge here. I'm Kirsten Jan Richardson. I'm Team 341, Miss Daisy's head coach. Hello. We just wanted to give out one award while we have a little break here and teams are getting set up for our next match. I'm here to present the Mike Wade Memorial Award to the team that brought the most packaged food or goods for the Maddie Dixon Community Cupboard. But first, I wanted to say a few words about Mike. This was a really, really long time ago, and I'm sure there's not many people who remember him or were in first robotics at this time. But I was a student myself when Mike Wade was on the scene, so to speak. But up on the screen are some pictures of Mike Wade, and he was a NASA Goddard Space Flight Center employee. And all the way back in 2002, our team could not get a first field, and all of the East Coast teams that run events could not get a field either. Mike had his own field that he drove up and down the East Coast, and he did that for several years. And he basically saved multiple events and made sure that kids had what they needed to participate in robotics. So if you've ever been to Duel on the Delaware or Brunswick Eruption or Ramp Riot before, these events may have not even existed without him. Mike's legacy is that he kept all of our events alive so that you could be here today and participate. So in honor of that, we asked teams to bring packaged food goods for the Maddie Dixon Community Cupboard in his memory. And we would like to thank 484 for bringing 122 items today. So if 484 could come down to receive their award.
All right, we are in round 4, match 11. We are in the upper bracket. We have Alliance 4 in red versus Alliance 3 in blue. The winning alliance continues on in the upper bracket. The losing alliance still gets a second chance in the lower bracket. Let's intro our teams. Up first, we have Team 316.
It's the Lunatics.
Team 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And Team 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Down on the blue alliance, we have Team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
Team 1712.
Dogma.
And Alliance Captain 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Round 4, match number 11 here in the upper bracket. One of these two alliances is going to take the win and punch their ticket to the finals. Which alliance is it? We've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to figure that out. Alliance 3 with the advantage, 36-30, moving into tele-operated period. 2607 speeding their way on over to the L4 branches. Up that elevator goes to deposit Coral into an L4 branch. 1712 Dogma working Algae, allowing it 3314 and the Robo Vikings to place Coral down as they please. Checking up on the red side, 2539 Krypton Cougars dispensing Coral onto an L4 branches. 316 cycling Coral as well. The Robotic Owls placing Algae up into that processor. A large amount of Algae in that red alliance net up above. Minute 5 here, 131 to 124. Pretty close considering. Consistently about less than 5 points behind between these two alliances. It's going to be an awfully close one. 25-39 on the Red Alliance. Still continuing to cycle with 316, the Lunatics. Finished off all of L4. Red Alliance now working L3, which they're also almost finished with. Blue Alliance finishes up all of L4 as well, making good work on L3 and L2 for the Blue Alliance. Alliance 4 now in red, actually retaking the lead here with 10-point advantage. Now it's a 3-point advantage, 10 seconds left. Let's see what these end games are looking like. Looks like we've got some Blue Alliance robots climbing up. It's going to be awfully close. 54-01 completes the match up in the air. And that's going to do it for time here in round 4, match 11. This is going to be a close call. Let's see which alliance will punch their way to the finals. We have your scores. It is a 1-point difference between these two alliances. Put it up on the screen. Punching their way to the finals is going to be the Red Alliance. 213 to 212. Alliance number 4 is going to take the win. No penalties. Clean match here between these alliances. Alliance number 4 will make their way to the finals. Alliance number 3 will have a second chance. They will be playing next in round 5, match number 13.
Oh, man, Jared, that was electric. That was the match of the day, I think, so far. Let's pull up the screen. Let's walk through this, and I want to hear what you have to say. What you think about this?
Just incredible, just incredible. I said before that this Blue Alliance was going to be hard to beat. They're putting up over 210 every time. They did it again. Here we see an auto. Blue doesn't have quite as clinical an auto as they had in their prior 2 matches. In a 1-point match, everything winds up making the difference. So we're super tight coming out of auto here.
Yeah, I mean, this venue, I don't think it's been a while since I've heard a venue go this crazy. I really think that this was, like you said, this game really relies on making sure that you're executing on every single element of it. And it can be a little frustrating, as you're going through, you want to make sure that every single thing is perfect, but there can be a moment when those algae in the net, there's a bunch of them up there, you can accidentally toss it in a little too quick, it can go up over the top, and next thing you know, you're giving the other alliance another, you're giving them 6 points, and that can be really detrimental.
Yeah, I thought the Red Alliance here handled that overflow better than any of the other opponents of that Blue Alliance so far. Dogma, of course, pounding the algae into the processor, 6 points a pop, and it gets really tough to find spots for it. But both the robot and the human player on the Red Alliance were able to do it. There's one bounce out that Dogma was able to score again, but only one, and that was ultimately able to make the difference.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to their drive team to be able to see, like, oh, hey, we gotta go get that. That's super important.
Yep.
and I'm excited to see what they can do in the finals.
Yeah, I think potential finals preview
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
Really excited to see these teams play again.
Absolutely. All right, we'll send it back down to the field for the next match.
Just a quick announcement. Team 3314, your pizza is ready. Team 3314, your pizza is ready.
We are still in round 4. We are back in the lower bracket. We're in match 12. We have Alliance 5 in red versus Alliance 2 in blue. All right, I got it right there. Okay, let's meet the winning alliance will continue on in the lower bracket. The losing alliance will be eliminated. Let's meet our team. Alliance captain. I think this is the first time I've seen you guys in the playoffs on this side of the field. It's 484.
Robo Force.
Partnered with them is 103.
They are the Cyber Sonics.
And 4373.
Robotics.
Down on the blue side of the field, Alliance 2, Alliance Captain 9015.
Questionable Engineering.
Partnered with them, 1218.
SCH Robotics.
And Team 9991.
The Other Owls.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Lower bracket round 4, match number 12. One of these teams will be advancing to play against Alliance 3 in round 5, match 13. Let's see who it's going to be. It's an awfully close one coming out of teleoperated period. 3-point difference in favor of, actually strike that, 5-point difference in favor of red, alliance number 5. Plenty of time for both of these alliances to show us what they are made of. 99-91, the Other Owls working on algae. 90-15, questionable engineering, lifting up, dropping some coral onto that L4 branch. .103 Cybersonics. Algae up and away it goes. Already a healthy amount of algae into that net above for the Red Alliance. 484 RoboForce dispensing coral onto an L3, while 103 removes coral, removes algae, and places it in the overhead netting above. .114, 118 to 86. 1 minute remaining. Alliance 5 taking the lead. .103 crossing on over to the other side of the field against in blue. Looks like they're going to try and take some algae. 90-15. Questionable engineering, cycling coral onto any available branch they can find. Trying to tell 103 to get out of that area. .152 to 106. 10 seconds remaining here of gameplay. See how this end game is going to shake out. 484 RoboForce up and away. Same with the Cybersonics. And that is going to do it for time here in round 4, match number 12. We've got our scores here for round 4, match 12. Putting them up on the screen. Continuing their play in the lower bracket is going to be the Red Alliance. With a score of 176 to 110, Alliance number 5 is going to continue into the lower bracket. They will be playing against Alliance 3 in round 5, match number 13. Unfortunately, we must say goodbye to our Alliance number 2. Give them a warm round of applause here, Ramp Riot. 90-15, 12-18, 321, and 99-91.
All right, crazy match. Congratulations to Alliance 5 moving on, and thank you to Alliance 2, 90-15, 12-18, 321, and 99-81, putting up a great fight. Really, I think we're seeing this Alliance 5 really break into their stride, right? I was standing there and I was watching this Alliance, and it really seems like they're firing on all cylinders. We have Team 484. They were making clear, concise cycles back and forth, and it just looked absolutely surgical. With 103 doing what they do, they're picking up the algae, they're being able to make all of that execution. It seems like they're firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely, and we saw 103 even go over to the Blue Alliance side of the field and snag a piece of algae off of the opposing Alliance reef, which is not a penalty, believe it or not, as long as they're not touched in that safe zone, which they timed it up perfectly with 90-15 cycle.
Yeah,
right?
I think as you get deeper into these, it's worth taking those little bit of risks, right? Like you said, it's a penalty if somebody comes and touches it. But if you have that little opportunistic moment, they show that if there's any team that can make it happen, they can do that.
Absolutely, and we can't forget about 4373 of the Red Alliance as well, really hammering in those lower level reef cycles too, also helping to offset their timing with 484. And we've talked about this a few times, right? Of some of those robots coming in and out, steering clear of each other, while being able to still use that one feeder station as the other was shut down by that defense from 99-91.
Yeah, that's super impressive. I'm super excited to see how the Alliance is going to evolve in the next round. We'll send it back down to the field for the next match.
The prized flower award. The team is ready to fight like an animal. New to the game, they've overcome multiple challenges. These fierce tigers are finding their roar. Make some noise for Team 10979, the Tiger Robotics. If they have left already, we will make sure they get their award. Is this the next one? The Gardener Award. This enthusiastic team works to make sure everyone learns new skills. Their goals will launch them to the moon and back. This is their first mission, but not their last. Congratulations to Team 10989 Blast Robotics.
Hey, folks, just an announcement. You know, we have our field break in between these matches. We have 5 minutes left in this field break. 5 minutes left.
All right, we are in match 13, lower bracket, Alliance 3 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. The winning alliance will move on to the finals, and the losing alliance will be eliminated. So let's meet these teams, one of them for the last time. Up first on the red alliance, we have team 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
We have team 1712.
Dogma.
And Alliance Captain 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Down the blue alliance, Alliance Captain 484.
Robo Force.
Alliance Partners 103.
Cybersonics.
And finally, for this alliance, we have 4373.
It's Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Lower bracket, round 5, match number 13, Alliance 3 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. One of these alliances is going to meet number 4 in the finals. Which alliance is it going to be? 51-31 is your unofficial score going into tele-operated period. 484. RoboForce takes no hesitation to displace some coral onto some L4 branches. 103 Cybersonics. Rinse and repeat for them. Algae going into those netting up ahead. 1712 Dogma. Lifting off that algae, going straight into the processor for the Red Alliance. 3314 dispenses coral onto an L4 branch and picks up algae on the way out. 4373 Robotics, representing the Blue Alliance. Cycling coral onto the L2 while 484 focuses tall. 2607 Fighting Robo Vikings. Dropping off coral onto an L4. Now they're finishing up L3. 103 Cybersonics crossing into the Red Alliance Ocean. Try and grab any algae that they can find. 154 to 112 favoring Alliance number 3. By a pretty significant margin, T-minus 45 seconds. Dogma dispensing another piece of algae into the processor. That Blue Alliance netting looking awfully full. 103 Cybersonics shifting gears over to coral. Finding any available branch, trying to fill out that L3. But they only have so much time remaining here. 198 to 148. Alliance number 3 crosses that 200-point threshold. 1712 up and away they go. Trying to have some robots suspend themselves on those deep cages. With a few seconds left, can they get up? And that is going to do it here for round 3, match number 13.
Yeah, so it'll be a replay. Oop.
We have your official scores here. Greeting Alliance 4 in the finals is going to be red. With a new high score to beat, 227 to 181. Alliance number 3 will advance into the finals from the lower bracket where they will be playing against Alliance number 4. That means we must say goodbye to Alliance number 5. Give them a warm round of applause. Their Alliance captain 484, 103, and 4373.
All right, well, you may have heard me preemptively predict that we might be seeing a rematch of match 11. I got to watch out for the hot mic. But yeah, wow, that was an awesome match. So we're just going to play the replay and walk you through this. And you want to tell me a little bit about what you saw?
Yeah, honestly, it was impressive from both alliances, but really focusing in on that alliance number 3. We just saw 2607 and 3314 just really playing their game, right? Doing what they do best, as well as 1712 Dogma, loading up that processor, making it more and more challenging to, throw that algae up into that net, and even making it hard for 103 to score some of those algae, right? Filling up all that available space, making it really, really challenging to do so.
Yeah, definitely. So let's talk a little bit about we're about to go into the finals. Do you think that gameplay changes at all? We've been seeing these teams, they've played up to 5 matches already as an alliance, so they kind of have the rhythm. Are there any changes that you think that they might be making before they get in there?
I am very curious to see who's going to send over defense first. I think somebody is going to try to slow down the other, and I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, I think both of these alliances have proven that if you leave them unbothered, that they can put up some crazy scores, right? And at the highest level, you did see the triple offense versus triple offense, but at that level, it just feels a little bit different. I think we know a little bit more about the game than we did back then. We've been playing it for months and months and months now. That it can really be impactful if you have a high-powered defensive robot that you can send over to the other side of the field. I think particularly because if your defender is also able to handle that algae, they could opportunistically pick and steal a little bit of game pieces. Just doing a little to get in the middle of that flow does a lot to kind of separate you from your strategy.
And I'm interested to see how the ground intake from 2539 plays a part in this, right? It's one less robot at that feeder station. It's one less area of traffic. And who knows, maybe 1712 will go over and steal algae off the ground like they've been doing all day.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ground intakes are when you have an open, clean field, you can see them run away with throwing up those crazy amounts of coral. But again, you got to have the open, clean space to do that. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep it together and do that in that manner.
Absolutely. Well, why don't we throw it back over to the field? I think we may have a few more awards coming.
Awesome. Thanks.
The Sunlight Award. This team embodies gracious professionalism by helping others. Their generosity helped launch a rookie team to potential success. They might not have a Dora, but they are certainly explorers. Congratulations to Team 5181, the Explorers. They may have left, or they may not be in the auditorium. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there we go, this guy. Maybe take the ref shirt off. And the last award that we have to give out today at Ramp Riot 25 is the highest ranked team award, the highest seed award. That award goes to the team that made it to the #1 ranking here at Ramp Riot 25. Congratulations to Team 7414. And now we will get ready for the finals matches here at Ramp Riot 25. All right, Ramp Riot 25. We are at the playoff matches. It has been a long event. Thank you all for still being here, and thank you all for picking one of these two alliances to cheer. We have Alliance 3 in red versus Alliance 4 in blue. Now, these teams have met already in match 11. Now, in that match, though, Alliance 3, our red alliance, took the win. However, in the last match they just played in the lower bracket, we saw that Alliance 4 was able to put up 227 points, which is our high score for this event. Either one of these alliances could win this. Now, this time for playoffs and finals is a bittersweet time because not only is this the end of the day, this is the end of our matches, these 2 or 3 matches we will play are the last Reef Skate matches we will be playing in Mid-Atlantic. It is completely over and done for us here, and we have nothing more to look forward to than next season. So let's give a round to everybody competing and everybody that is still here cheering us on first off. We are going to have both teams, before this match starts, with a clean slate, come across and shake hands. I will introduce all of the teams on Alliance 3, then I will introduce all the teams on Alliance 4, and they will come across. Up first, we have Team 316, Alliance captains, their partner 2539, and finally 5401. Down on blue, Alliance 4, we have Alliance captain 2607, we have 3314, and we have 1712. Teams, please cross, please shake hands, and let's hear it for these two alliances. All right, the only thing left I have to ask of you is which alliance do you want to win? Are we have Alliance 3 going to win? Are we going to have Alliance 4 win? Alliance 4, they're 3 versus 4. It's 3 versus 4. 4-3? Am I backwards? They're 3, therefore I'm backwards. So it's usually the lower color is in the red bumper. So 4 versus 3. You guys are more on top of things than I am. So, all right, let's just do it this way. Do you want Red Alliance to win? There we go. All right, do you want Blue Alliance to win? Let's get ready for these finals. right, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Ramp Riot, we are here in the finals. Alliance 3 in blue, Alliance 4 in red. It all comes down to this, folks. We are now engaging in a best of 3 finals here between both of these alliances. Let's see what they're capable of. 2607, the Fighting Robo Vikings, procuring some coral from their feeding station. Meanwhile, 1712, rinse and repeat their process. Algae goes into the processor, and 3314 cycles up with 2607 to feed out coral onto those branches of their reef. Checking up on the Red Alliance, 5401 on algae duty for the red side. 2539, Krypton Cougars along with the Lunatics feed coral into those available spots. Fighting Robotic Owls continuing their algae play. 133 to 99 is your score currently, minute 20 on the clock here. .3314 drops off some coral on an L3 branch and picks up some algae on the way out. Krypton Cougars. Red Alliance filled up all of the L4 branches on their Red Alliance reef. Now they're working L3 alongside the Lunatics. 2607, the Fighting Robo Vikings, cycling up. Blue Alliance almost finished with some L4 as well. Looks like they're going to prioritizing L3 and L2. 188 to 173, Blue Alliance catching up here. 11-point difference, 30 seconds left of gameplay. Neck and neck here, now closing out to 4 points between these alliances. Looks like it'll all come down to our end game. 1712 trying to grab onto a deep cage alongside the other Blue Alliance members. 5401 Fighting Robotic Owls take flight on a deep cage, and that's going to do it for time here in Finals 1. All righty, Ramp Riot, we have your official scores. Back in match 11, 3 versus 4 played, and it was a 1-point difference. Coming at the finals, we have a 3-point difference. Put it up. Taking the advantage in this best of 3 is going to be the Red Alliance. 222 to 219. Alliance number 4 is going to take the first win here in this best of 3.
All right, Jared, what a crazy Finals 1 match. We knew it was going to be a banger with 3 and 4. They showed us what was happening the last time we saw them together in match 11. That was a crazy match. We're going to pull up the replay and kind of walk through the match.
Yeah, 1-point match last time, 3-point match this time. We see Autonomous this time, we see the Red Alliance hit all of their multi-piece autos. They didn't do that the last time. So coming out of auto, Red actually had a pretty big gap here. We see Blue at 33-14 missed their first 2 game pieces here. So 51-37 coming out of auto, 51-31 rather, 20-point swing. And then we see both alliances do basically the game plan that they've done the entire tournament so far. And really, what's interesting to note here is how each alliance treats their algae. 17-12, of course, going to the processor, trying to overload that trough so you get bounce out. And then, sure enough, in this match, they had at least one case of scoring the same ball twice. Meanwhile, 54-01 and 316 going straight to the processor. Interesting, I noted both those robots were trying to score as far as possible from that human player. So as they achieved that overloaded state, they had somewhere to put the balls, which I think really helped in the end.
Yeah, that just goes to show the forethought that you have to have going into putting a match strategy together like this. And also note we're kind of sitting over in this back corner, the top left corner, and right in front of us was, we had 316 was just ripping Coral all day. They've just been getting more and more consistent, cleaner and cleaner play the entire match. And you could tell that, the Blue Alliance was kind of like slowly clawing back, but then once the last 20 seconds or so, Red Alliance kind of saw what was happening and they locked in.
Yep, absolutely they locked in. And it's one of those things that in this game sometimes the scoreboard isn't the full story because even though there's a pretty big separation right here, if I'm looking at the reefs, Red is basically L3 and L4 almost completely full. Blue still has lots of L3 left. That led to in the final seconds of this match, that gap really closing. And in this last 45 seconds is where the algae game really starts to be super interesting, where individual bounce outs or balls going in make the difference in the end.
Yeah, you see 54-01 fumbling a little bit. They have the forethought to I need to go get that and pick that up. But really seeing this, so if we talk a little bit about Finals 2, if you're the Blue Alliance, right, you've seen what the Red Alliance is kind of going to play. We've actually seen they've been running pretty consistently. Are there any major changes that you think that either one of these alliances could potentially be making?
Yeah, I mean, having been in this position many times, this is the question you ask yourself. You look at how you played and you see, we could have executed this or that a little better. Maybe auto goes better next time. Maybe I can be smarter about my placement or individual discrete decisions. But it never feels good to re-roll those dice too many times. You start thinking about what can I do differently? Can I throw a change up here? Should I be thinking about defense? Should I be thinking about approaching how I play my algae differently? These are the questions they're going to ask themselves. I'm not sure what the best answer is. I do think that Blue has some headroom in their score here. I think Red does too, for that matter. I think we could watch these alliances play all day long, and we'd see victors on both sides and be entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I think that's mostly an artifact of this game, right? It comes down to just playing as clean as you absolutely can play. And both of these teams are getting very close to hitting their ceilings and being able to pull out all of those little details that make the difference, right? So we were talking a little bit about putting the algae in the correct place in the barge. Were we ever talking about that at the beginning of the day? It's no, but now we've kind of hit that point where the teams, it is a big risk to try and make a change in, maybe if you're the Red Alliance and you feel a little more comfortable, you're up one, maybe you make a little bit of a change, but it's really tough to do that because you you're practiced in this strategy and you're practiced in these zones that you focus on. I am really interested to see if we're going to see any defense, right? Because we know that can bring in such a level of disruption to these flows that these alliances have.
Absolutely. I think the big question is around defense. The other thing I'd look at, if I'm either alliance and I'm looking at this match, I look at the end game and see I could have scored more points there in the end game.
Yeah.
I think you got to be disciplined about leaving us enough time so that if you go and you try to line up and it doesn't work the first time, you have a second shot. Because one more climb on either side and that swings the match, right?
Yeah, definitely. And this game is super interesting, like you pointed out, having the L3s versus just a couple on L2 open may look like a big gap, but those L3s being worth so much, it's also diminishing returns. Like you stay out longer to get a couple more L1s, you're trading, a big climb score that's really gonna, it can have a huge impact. We see these matches becoming so close that is all it takes. So it's really, you gotta go out and you gotta play clean and you gotta have discipline, really. 20 seconds left, that even that is maybe if you're feeling a little bit comfortable. But if you see, it's tough as a drive coach, right? Or as you're sitting behind the glass, you see the match, you're a couple points off. You're going to be like, oh, I got to get that one more. It's so tough. It'll be really interesting. I'm very excited to see what these teams change up for finals too.
Yep, and I think the last decisive factor, when it comes to eliminations, especially at the end of a tournament, at the end of a very, very long season at this point, are the robots ready to play the next match? That is the thing that it's easy to overlook, and many, many tournaments have been decided by which robots are firing on all cylinders in the last match. I think these teams are all veterans at this point, and I think they're going to do everything they can to make that happen, but one little thing with one mechanism here or there can make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely, and the score is pulling up back on the board, and I think that this is good. We can kind of take a look at Barge, pretty equal, Algae, pretty equal, Coral pretty equal, Leave pretty equal, but the penalty points made a little bit of the difference. So that kind of goes back to the, you got to play as clean as you possibly can.
Yeah, and I believe those penalty points were for multi-game piece possession.
Yeah, and that's a really tricky thing in this game because it can be those game pieces love to get stuck in various parts of the robot, and then what are you going to do? It's really hard to abandon your main scoring.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're going to throw it back down to the field. There's a little bit of a break, but then we'll be back for finals too.
All right, we have a speech to be had by Kier, but before we do, if somebody is missing their rental van, their keys are here, it's pretty important. A rental van from Home Depot, it says Chevy Express on it. There's numbers on it, I don't know if they're gonna mean anything to you, probably to Home Depot, but Home Depot rental van, I don't think you're leaving without that. You probably are gonna wanna come down to the scoring table and pick that up.
All right, so we have 7.5 minutes until we play our next finals match, and I am your entertainment, and I apologize for that. I'm just making some closing remarks for our event. Like I said earlier, my name is Kirsten Jan Richardson. I'm the head coach of Team 341 Miss Daisy. And I just want to thank you all so much. I know there's not a lot of people here that are left because it's been a pretty long day, but I appreciate all of you, all of the teams for attending. It was a really great day. I hope you had an amazing time. Just want to give some thank yous. So obviously our team could not be as successful as it is without our sponsors. So we'd like to thank Picatinny STEM, Johnson & Johnson, TE Connectivity, BAE Systems, West Coast Products, Kiwanis Club of Ambler, Boeing, Comcast, NBC Universal, Gene Haas Foundation, ASTM International, Lockheed Martin, Case, Minuteman Press Ambler, Computer Components Corporation, Penn State Great Valley, and Denny Electric Supply. Obviously, it takes a lot of sponsors to have a FIRST Robotics team. We also want to thank our event partners. So First Mid-Atlantic has all the wonderful equipment that they maintain after the regular season. We really appreciate that, so we get to keep playing with robots. First Tech Challenge Pennsylvania, operated by Pennsylvania First Robotics. They were in the lower cafeteria today having a scrimmage. Walter Klaus, an Apex event group over here, does all of our amazing media and has all of this awesome equipment. We all love Walter. Wissahickon School District, including our amazing facilities and custodial teams for really helping us out every year. They know about this event, they come, they do an amazing job. Maddie Dixon Community Cupboard, thank you for everyone who brought donations for them. Weaver's Way, a local co-op here in Ambler, gave us a great donation for our VIP room. J. Dell Productions, Philly Pretzel Factory, Hatfield Meats, Bluebell Pizza, and West Point Deli Plus. So again, we'd like to thank First Mid-Atlantic for the use of their field and electronics, and the FTC scrimmage downstairs wouldn't have been possible without Tom Zwisliak. Congratulations again to the Mike Wade Award winner, Team 484 RoboForce. Thank you to everyone on the media team for their amazing work this weekend, our live production, webcast, and introduction video. And thank you to our Team 341 coaching staff. I know they're all busily cleaning everything up around you right now, but if they can hear me, thank you. Thank you to our team parents, our students, and alumni parents that come back each year. And thank you to our volunteers. You know, this was an interesting kind of time for First Mid-Atlantic right now because we're running 2 off seasons at once, right? So that obviously puts a strain on our volunteer pool. So for the volunteers that came out to Ramp Riot, we really appreciate you. It's not possible without all of you. Another thing that's unique about Ramp Riot is that I think I can say this is the only off season that has judging for judged awards. So I want to thank our judges for coming to our event and making it even that more unique. It's a great opportunity for teams to practice speaking to real-life judges and get ready for competition. And it's also a great environment for judges to train other judges. So thank you for coming and participating in that. Ramp Riot is what it is because of the teams that come. Thank you for being gracious and competitive and for sticking with us.
All right, we are back for finals. We are in finals 2. Our Red Alliance team has 1 win. Our Blue Alliance team needs a win to take it to 3. Red has beat them twice by a very slim margin, but Blue has shown that they can put up some major points here. Let's see what happens. Are we going to end it at 2 or are we going to go to 3? On the Red Alliance, we have Alliance Captain, Team 316.
It's Lunatex.
Partnered is 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
Sorry. Down the Blue Alliance, we have 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
1712.
Dogma.
And Alliance Captains 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Finals number 2 underway here at Ramp Riot. Red Alliance 4, Alliance 3 in blue. Alliance number 4 in red has the advantage. They need it to take the crown. Not if the Blue Alliance has something to say about it. They leave Autonomous 3 points ahead. Drivers step forward and take control of their machines. 33-14 on Algae duty. Looks like they're doing a hybrid system to drop off Algae and Coral at the same time. 2607 fighting Robo Vikings on the blue side, swerving around town, lifting up Coral, dispensing it on any L4 branches that they can find. It looks like the Red Alliance is mirroring that same strategic capability. 25-39 and 316 on Coral duty, while 5401 continues to work on Algae for the Red Alliance. 101-79 with a minute 30 remaining left of gameplay. 2607 fighting Robo Vikings, finishing up one of the last branches remaining on the L4 branches. Looks like they're going to shift gears and go towards L3. Try and maintain the lead that they have over Alliance number 4. Fighting Robotic Owls. Putting any last piece of algae that they can find up in that Red Alliance net. 33-14, Mechanical Mustangs cycling up with the Fighting Robo Vikings. 17-12 crossing into the Red Alliance side of the field. Attempt to grasp onto any algae that they can grab from that Red Alliance side of the field. Moving on over back into home territory. That algae is going to go into the processor. Oh, but what's this? 25-39 on the red side. Heads on over to play some defense against blue. 190-131. Advantage going still in the Blue Alliance side. 15 seconds are left of gameplay. 17-12 trying to ascend. Joined up with other Blue Alliance robots. 5401 takes flight on a deep cage. And that is going to do it for time here in finals number 2. we have your scores. The Blue Alliance is going to take the win. Ramp Riot, we are going to a tiebreaker. One win each here. Alliance number 3, 219 to 173. Folks, we are going to see you for a finals number 3.
And we're heading to a match 3.
Yeah, we said it might happen. We said that both of these alliances are evenly matched. And yeah, we get to see him play one more time.
Let's run the replay really quick just so we can try to see what happened here.
Yeah, so coming into auto, I think we can see a major story of this match. 25-39 Krypton Cougars. We're definitely having some issues getting their elevator to the right spot. I don't know if it was zeroed incorrectly or if there's some sort of other issue, but this was sort of a thorn in their side the entire match. So their auto doesn't hit, manages to bounce onto level 1, but then we see even in teleop, they're having to do some manual adjustment of some of their set points. That Coral's not high enough for L4. And this is really like, you know, they're one of the 2 primary Coral scorers for that Red Alliance, so significantly slowing them down had a big effect on the match. That's not the only difference, though.
Absolutely, and right away you saw 17-12 went over, grabbed Coral and tried to break up the flow of the Red Alliance immediately, trying to get an additional couple of points there and see if that would be the difference maker for them.
Yeah, we talked after the first match about like potential change-ups you might throw, and that's a great example of something, right? We talked about how in high-level play like this, every team has a very specific, precise list of things that they want to do in a certain order, and just getting in there and throwing a little bit of a change-up can sometimes, turn the fortunes.
Absolutely, and we'll kind of continue to see on the Red Alliance, again, you said it right away, that 25-39's elevator just looks to be slightly off, and eventually they just start even trying to score on some of those level 1s just to help make those cycle times a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the robots at a high level in this type of game are highly automated. They're using vision to help align. They have using closed loop control on all their joints to get things into just the right height, angle, laterally, etc. And if any one of those variables is off, you're going to have to do things in a more manual way, which you probably haven't practiced as much. And it really is going to cut down your number of cycles that you can do. And so we can see even at this point, like the score is pulling away. So blue winds up, yeah, look at that. Look at the Coral counts. Blue has that gap, and they're going to keep growing that until the end of the match. And we'll see by the end of it, blue is basically putting extremely consistent. They're putting up another score up in the upper 210s. They fired on all cylinders. Red didn't, and like we talked about, like sometimes that's the difference: is the robot able to play the game up to the maximum extent of its abilities.
Definitely feeling a little bit of deja vu here with 2607 and 3314. Looking for that 3rd blue banner together this season. We'll throw it back over to the field and see where we end up for finals match 3.
We are in finals 3. 1-1. Both teams have won to the other team. Both teams have lost to the other team. It is anybody's game at this point. It has been exciting to watch. They have both put up amazing scores, but only one of these two teams will be our Ramp Ride 25 champions. Let's meet the teams one last time. And again, congratulations to playing in the last Reefscape match. And we look forward to seeing you next year. So up on red, we have Alliance Captain, Team 316.
They are the Lunatics.
We have 5401.
Fighting Robotic Owls.
And Team 2539.
Krypton Cougars.
On the Blue Alliance, we have 3314.
Mechanical Mustangs.
We have Team 1712.
Dogma.
And finally, Alliance Captain 2607.
The Fighting Robo Vikings.
All right, let's do this one more time, one last time. We're leaving it all here in this match. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We've got a finals tiebreaker on our match. Getting as much Reefscape as we can as we close out the offseason. 44-23 is your score, moving into tele-operated period. Advantage going over to Alliance 3 in blue. 33-14 Mechanical Mustangs immediately head on over into Algae. They're looking to do that hybrid system between Algae and Coral. 2607 depositing Coral into those upper branches on the Blue Alliance Reef. 316 Lunatics also cycling between Coral and Algae, between the two of them, depositing Algae into the overhead net above for the Red Alliance. .5401, the Fighting Robotic Owls. Algae up in the sky to be dropped off into the net. Meanwhile, 1712, Dogma putting Algae in that processor to try and score. 2607, Fighting Robo Vikings still on Coral duty. Blue Alliance finishes all of the Coral on the L4 branches for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance 2539, Krypton Cougars finishing off all the branches on the L4. 316 Lunatics now working L3. Rinse and repeat for the Blue Alliance. coming up at 30 seconds left. Alliance 3 has a commanding lead, 198 to 134. Blue Alliance looking to break that 200-point threshold. 20 seconds remaining, 17-12. Climbing from the ocean floor from that deep cage. 33-14 climb themselves up and away, as does 26-07. Fighting Robotic Owls climb themselves up, and that's going to do it for time here in the finals tiebreaker. Ramp Riot, we have our thumbs up from the head ref. Put it on the board. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. And rounding out with a high score, 231 to 175. A clean match on the blue side. They will take the second win here in this best of three, crowning them the Ramp Riot 25 winners here. Give it up for Alliance number 3, 2607, 3314, and 1712. Ramp Riot, give your finalists a round of applause here. 316, 2539, and 5401.
All right, everybody, just wanted to hop on really quick and say a big thank you from the three of us for having us here on the commentator desk. It's been an awesome 25th Ramp Riot, and thank you so much for having us. We'll send it back to the field for a couple more words.
Congratulations. We are going to hand out our awards quickly to the drive teams. Congratulations to our finalists. We have Team 316. Their number one pick, 2539. And of course, 5401. Congratulations to our Ramp Riot 25 championships. We have Alliance Captain Team 2607, if you would like to. Congratulations. Thank you. Their first pick, Team 3314. All right, they'll take it. And of course, rounding out their Alliance Team 1712, Dogma. And that dragon. You can't win without that dragon. Whoever Dogma is. Yay, there we go. Thank you to all the teams that are still here cheering us on at the end. Thank you for coming to Ramp Riot 25 and competing, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Please get home safe. Good night, everybody.